All right, everyone. Welcome to the 11th week of the Mythgard Weekly Open. I'm your MC, Brasiah, joined by my two lovely casters, Man and Noah, and we're going to go ahead and hand it over to them and get this event started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most exclusive, the most cutthroat tournament in Mythgard. As Brasiah said, I will be one of your hosts, hailing from the frigid fjords of the Northern Lands and displaced in Washington State. I am the Manted Man. Joining me is the tenacious, the salacious, the most aspirationalist, Noah. We'll be your casters for the day. It is going to be big shout outs to Rhino Games for more than 100 packs of prize support. The community is fantastic. The participants this week are incredible. And a huge thank you to the viewers on the Mythgard Weekly Open Twitch channel. Noah, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It has been a busy day as I've been getting all of my setup done in the last minute, but we made it only a couple minutes behind schedule, and that is okay because we have a lot of good stuff happening today.
Indeed, we do. From everything that I am looking at, it looks like we will have 4 action-packed rounds of Swiss and then a heavy top cut to the top 4. And then we will go into what tends to be the most exciting point in card games every week across the board. Those semifinals and finals. Just, it knocks us dead every time. We learn so much. I am very excited.
Indeed. And we do have this matchup chosen. We'll be seeing Boss and Nakas. Do you want to tell us a little bit about these decks? And oh, it looks like we have some new deck images too. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
I do. I'm very excited. So the deck images you see will be just a touch different this week. We are hoping that it is a nice welcome upgrade. Thanks in part to Kaliri, one of the members in the community, built us a nice script to make things a lot easier on the back end. As we talked about, the feature match for round 1 is going to be Nakas playing a Desert Blue deck, a very popular deck, especially for new players. And then Boss bringing in Mythic Kanye. I don't know if this is V2 from the deck last week or if this is a straight passover, but it looks spicy. We've got cards like Bald Mountain, which we saw a bunch of last week doing work. Windish Giant. Very excited to see that put to some good use. And one of our favorite cards from last week swung games incredibly from one direction to another. Traitorous Murmur. Boss is running the Turn of Seasons path, which again is a very popular path, and then Impel, which is one of the most technically useful powers. A little less direct than a lot of them, but it can accomplish some beautiful things. Nakas on that Desert Blue deck. Thunderclap can take care of just about any of the mid to low range threats. Tailroot Worm comes in, is a huge problem for anybody who is not paying attention. And then if things get a little too out of hand, Armageddon Angel on both of these decks can just turn the tide and create one of the most massive minions in the game. Nakas is sitting at 15,250 essence, while Boss has added another 10k to that at 26,650. A fun little fact for all of our decks this week, the average deck cost went down nearly 6,000 essence against last week's MWO. What do you think has led us to that, Noah?
I'm actually not positive. It seemed like last week we had a lot of people flexing high mythic counts, and this week it's kind of fallen off a bit. Boss's deck last week, looking almost identical to this week, did have a lot of mythics, and we do see that still with Boss. But I think Swellsong may have actually helped bump that down quite a bit, because Swellsong's yellow-blue deck that was played last week has been changed this week. It is not yellow-blue now, and it plays significantly less mythics.
You know,
the blue was cut out of that.
I was gonna say that it was people from the community coming in and brainstorming after reading this amazing budget deck list that showed up on one of the team sites in the Mythgard community. Team Rankstar had this beautiful article about budget decks, and it got people thinking on how to be more synergistic without just throwing a bunch of mythics in. But what do I know, right?
And we may have a slight change, actually. We will be waiting to see. It looks like we may have 2 people who haven't shown up yet. And as such, we would be seeding again. So these matchups may change.
Well, even in the darkest of times, we can find silver linings. If our feature match does change, it just gives us more cards to talk about, more strategies to go over before everything even gets started. So we can discuss a little bit about some
Cancel
things.
that. We'll be good to go.
Bam! Look at that. See, everything works out in the end. So everyone that sounds like has shown up, we're going to start pushing the non-feature matches out, and then we will bring you some action between Boss and Noctis very quickly.
And we will actually be getting them into game as well. We've finished up the deep analytical look at the decks that you gave us. And as such, I think we can go ahead and jump them into game, hopefully.
Spectacular. Some of our other players this week that you will almost assuredly see on the screen at some point. Argus is playing again this week. Decadent Hamster, who continues to show up and show out. Den, or Denwop, coming in their second week. Swellzong, of course, also streaming on their Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Swellzong. And Volthus, and then a name that I'm not familiar with, maybe their first week, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but Vinyl Armor.
No, that is new. That is, again, someone new this week. We've had a lot of new people. And I do want to make a quick addendum to something you said. It looks like Volthus is not live this week. Swellzong.
Swellzong. Well, if they come live, you now know what their Twitch channel is. If you get bored and you see some Mythgard action being played, there's a high probability that Swellzong is one of those names that shows up. Getting in on this action between Noctis and Basta, we see the life totals are identical. Noctis with the eager recruits, something that you want to see all the time when these orange decks are in the game. Basta matching up with a Mavka, not a card that we've seen a ton of, but a 2/2 deadly for 2 green gems and 2 mana. So just flat across the board, even without the deadly. Very rounded out well, but some scary art there.
Yes, it is. I don't know how I feel about Mavka in a deck that is not just mono, because 2 gems on 2 basically shuts off half the list. Well, if you want to play that on 2, you give up that second gem.
Yeah, that is a tough requirement, but when you do what Basta did and get that out on turn 2, you essentially soft protect 3 lanes, and you can do exactly what Basta's doing here and drop some serious threat on your opponent's side of the field. They have to move around. They have to decide where to put minions, because a 2/2 with deadly, that is not a joke on turn 2.
Oh, looking at Basta's list again, this is totally fine having these 2 gems on 2. Do you see why that might be? Do you notice this?
I pulled it up. There is a significant weight in Basta's deck that leans towards this green kind of Vedma coloring. Noctis getting down the Parser regulars, dropping it on the Zergian hideout, taking that little bit of risk, but anytime that you're able to fill that up and add more minions to your hand, it can get out of hand very quickly if your opponent does not have those board wipes.
See, now this is the point that this Mavka might feel a little bad. Typically punching up would feel good, like we'll see now. But when the opponent gets a minion out of it anyway and the hideouts open back up, it's not as good as it could be. And I feel like at that point you make the attack because you couldn't do anything else, even with the Impel. But maybe not such a good minion to punch up against. Windish Giant came down, though, and I don't think we've seen too much of that. How do you feel about it? It's just a stat-efficient vanilla, essentially. How do you like those?
So I'm going to kind of echo what you said. First, I actually really like the Windish Giant. I think green thrives well. You could even take a risk and probably do well with a mono green deck, and Windish Giant would almost always show up. The problem that I've got right now is the placement. I'm not saying that Basta's wrong, but as you were pointing out, every time a minion gets placed on that hideout, it just puts another minion in Naukus's hand. So this flood, this torrent of soldiers just streaming out of Parsa is going to be very difficult to deal with, because it's about to be at that point where Naukus can drop 2 minions at a time. In a couple more mana and gems, it's going to be 3 minions at a time, and if they keep their hand populated by virtue of this Xerxian hideout alone, Windish Giant gets 2, maybe 3 attacks in before it's dead. So does every other minion, and Basta has to find a way to stem that flow of soldiers.
Yeah, definitely. I do think, though, that opposing the hideout may not be too bad because Naukus is using Impel. So once you get to this 5 mana gap anyway, Naukus can safely Impel to open up the hideout immediately if needed. And even if not immediately, the move action then comes up. So I think because you know the opponent can go wide, choosing to contest the hideout with something that's so stat efficient may be a solid idea. It's just a case of it looks like Basta's deck does well in combat, and it's tough to combat go wide decks like these token decks and not fall behind.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I do like the Scion of Pride showing up. I don't know about using that spell so quickly. What do you think about that?
I like the idea, but again, knowing the Impel is up, I don't think I would have done so.
So we do see that Basta's hand is full of at least 4 minions. I'm going to be willing to bet probably 5 or 6 when everything is said and done. And they just keep on coming through. Basta, on the other hand, 4 cards, one of which is that revealed Deported. And looking for some answers here on how to deal with this ever-coming tide.
Also, a quick note, the chat commands have not yet been updated. As I mentioned, I was way behind today. So following this match, we'll take a little bit of a downtime. We'll do a stat segment, take a couple minutes of downtime, and I will be fixing that. That's on me, but they have not yet been updated.
As we continue through the Mythgard Weekly Open, just grinding out each week, giving away as many packs as we can, watching some of this action, we continue to kind of change and learn and grow. It's something that we are making sure is as close to a finely tuned machine as possible before we get closer and closer to this beta release for Mythgard. So sometimes things are going to change. We're going to do everything that we can to keep it running smooth for the players and the viewers. Every once in a while we're going to run into these hiccups, and I don't think anybody's going to hold us too accountable for experimenting a little bit.
Besides, we get to spoil something today, so we can make a couple mistakes as long as that goes flawless.
Yeah, exactly. So a second enchantment coming down for Naukus. This Demolition Speedway, it's excuse me, the text on it seems very plain at just the +2/+0 and gaining overrun, but I have seen it put to spectacular use against me. I have seen it do wonders for me, and time again, week in and week out, we see these little more budget-friendly decks come in and put it to exceptional use in the hands of these players who are putting essentially nothing on the line to gain more packs to strengthen their collection. And I would encourage anybody watching that hasn't played yet, the moment you have, just 50 or 60 cards in your collection, jump on in, build something up, get some packs, and learn a little bit from the players that you play against, the chat that takes place, and of course, my lovely co-host, who's one of the, I was going to say the smartest people in the community when it comes to Mythgard, but I'm going to take that back.
Ouch, I feel attacked.
You should, and so should Naka, seeing the minions on Basta's side getting a little stronger with each pass. Parry at the Gates came down while we were talking. The Scion of Pride still exists, and another Mavka to answer anything that comes down on this Zergian hideout if Parry doesn't decide to parry it.
I like that. That was a nice play.
Oh, this third enchantment. I feel like Nakas may be setting up for something. The third enchantment coming down, Soma Oasis, not even worried about enchanting deserts. And then that Singing Stone as well there's a lot of buffs on Nakas' side of the field. A veritable Voltron of pieces being put together here.
Indeed. And I did take a quick moment while you filled in some of the gaps that I was leaving you. And we do have the chat commands updated now. So that is all good to go. You can check up on Battlefy. You can look at all the decks you want to see. It's good.
It is. And while we're waiting for Basta to make their final decisions for this turn and the exchange back and forth with Nakas, I'd love to know what chat thinks about the spoilers that we have already seen this week. We got 5. We got 1 spoiler a day. We got enchantments. We got Shinobi. Oh my gosh, there's just so much to unpack from everything.
Oh man. These Shinobi look awesome.
We got one of the first iterations of a new card type as well, that item, that fire scroll that we saw.
Yeah, I'm still anxious
Shinobi
to see
what
items do.
Well, one of them kills your opponent very quickly if you load up your hand.
Yes, it does.
Ooh, and this card we talked about a little bit. We were talking about kind of favorite cards a couple of weeks ago. Basta dropping down the Raziel, Keeper of Secrets, one of the strongest angels in the game from a utilitarian standpoint. It has warded, it can divine for you, let you dig through, and then if you get up to that total energy, that 5 or higher, branding your opponent, that is a major draw.
It is. I'm a little bit not shocked, but I didn't quite expect to see Basta playing it this week, because I did talk some with Basta about this deck, and I'm double checking now so I don't misquote them, but I believe the opinion was that it might not quite be stat efficient enough to make the cut. But I'm not finding that now, so I may have been speaking with someone else. I would have to go back in my chats and look. But I have seen at least someone within the MWO community thinking that maybe the stat efficiency just doesn't quite hold up.
Well, here's another fantastic point of reference, and one of the reasons that we encourage people to play and watch the MWO week in and week out. All of the stats, all of the plays, everything that happens on screen and behind the scenes in the MWO gets compiled and sent off to Rhino, the developer for Mythgard, and they very much pay attention. They edit cards, they tweak the mechanics in the game, and we're not saying that we're the only ones, us and you, the players, that have impact on that, but when you get these kind of stats week in and week out, it can't help, or it can't do anything except for help those decision-making processes as we get closer to these beta and final releases.
Yes, which is why we've had so much heated behind-the-scenes discussion within the MWO staff about the usage of Q mode. And while we still don't have a final decision on that at this time, we would like to let you know that a final decision will be made with plenty of time. We'll have at least 1 week between the decision being made and the next MWO, so people will have time to play and adjust lists based on that decision.
Yes, absolutely. And that Q mode going to be very powerful, even if the MWO decides not to use it for one reason or another. Having access to an entire collection, including the new purple cards, being able to test and stress test and Q&A and all of that in the hands of the community, that's going to be a fantastic tool. I encourage everyone to either do one of two things: get to level 15 or beg the Rhino devs for your access to Q mode the moment that it is released.
Yeah, we've had quite a few things to discuss, actually, and we'll have announcements on that. We had that, and then also the stealth mechanic and potentially changing the open deck list policy that we hold. So decisions on all of that will come with plenty of time in advance. And speaking of plenty of time, we have plenty of time left in this game. This has been quite the match. That Seal of Exile feels a bit late at this point.
It does. You know, it feels okay to play it late sometimes because you maintain plenty of other gems. You have enough mana to do other things. But when you're staring down a field of 5 or 6 minions and you're only able to Seal of Exile one of them, maybe smash an enchant as well, it hurts a little bit. And not being able to take out that Soma Oasis is probably pretty low on Basta's list. I'm sure that was the primary target when Seal of Exile was grabbed at first. But we do see it come back that second time, thanks to the use of one of the best cards in the game, in my opinion, Bald Mountain.
Yeah, I think Bald Mountain Seal of Exile has kind of become one of the go-to combos within at least the MWO meta. I saw some discussion last night, actually, about MWO meta not quite lining up with
Oh my gosh.
solo play meta. But that was disgusting.
So what we
That
just saw
Temptation
there,
was beautiful.
Temptation steals the Raziel, the energy was in place for Nakas, and the brand got turned around. Oh my gosh.
Wow. That has to feel bad.
Yeah, Basta cannot be happy about that. It is something that you have to pay attention to. We keep seeing Temptation week in and week out. It's so efficient. It does exactly what you need it to do when you need it to do it. And this short stag, even though it's only looking at an insurgent and a recruit, you have to take into consideration that that insurgent is a 6-3 right now.
Yeah, it's beefy.
Usually when a short stag comes down and you say insurgent and recruit, you go, oh, well, there's a lot of damage that's about to hit the opponent. In this case, there's still a fair amount of damage, 4 if everything goes exactly how a boss dog would want. But if one other buff hits the field on either of those minions or a Seal of Exile comes down, nothing can
That's
not
likely
good.
to just be game.
Highly probable.
Wow. Well, if we end up making that MWO Alpha stage montage video we keep talking about, that Temptation is going close to the top of the list.
Yeah, that Temptation. Nakas was in solid control, but that Temptation, I think, sealed the deal. And with Basta having an empty hand, the first game win on the MWO Week 11 screen will go to Nakas.
So, while they get into game 2, I want to quickly check the Battlefy and see if we have any updates to pass along. The only update at this time is that Tenchu won against Toon 2-0 because Toon did not show up. So, it looks like potentially Toon fell asleep. I'm guessing, it's like 2 a.m. in Toon's time zone when we begin. So, Toon may have just fallen asleep and not quite made it this week. So, Tenchu did get the 2-0 on that. But, outside of that, I don't think we have any updates on Battlefy.
I've seen a couple of notifications. People have finished fighting. People start fighting. So, looking at likely just some lag in the updates from the players. Maybe they want to get through the entirety of their series. We do have Basta and Nakas back in the action. And Nakas is coming out swinging yet again with that eager recruit on turn 1. never a painful thing to play when you get out there.
I like Boss's confidence, though. Bossa just messaged me pointing out that had that temptation not happened, Bossa believes they had game, just flat out. So, definitely, even with the game 1 loss, heads held high going into game 2.
Something we always like to see. One of the things that I think, at least I pride myself on, is this community that has come together behind the MWO. We gave these players a platform, and in so many games, so many times, you see this vitriol and just negative kind of attitude from those tournament communities. But our players here in the Mythgard community, as small as it is right now, very, very good sports, a lot of positive reinforcement with one another. It's the small things in life, but it makes things so much more fun, in my opinion.
I also just noticed we have Ace in Twitch chat, who's not playing this week, but hello Ace, it is nice to see you.
Anybody else in Twitch chat, if you're just watching maybe on a big screen TV, which I like to do when I'm not casting tournaments, maybe walking around doing some chores, I encourage you to come in, chat, make sure people know kind of how you think, because when it gets time to spoil a card in a little while, we want to talk directly with you in the chat. Noah and I are going to talk back and forth. We're going to argue about this card.
Ooh.
But I want to be reinforced. I want to be assured that my thoughts are correct from Twitch chat. So we'll be reading those. We'll be reading those messages. We'll be taking everything that you say into account. So think about coming in, talking with Ace Martinez, and talking about these plays, because we're going to see some good stuff.
So I want to talk a little bit about the Dust Devil we just saw played by Nakas. I actually am a big fan of that in this list, and it's twofold. One, I think a lot of these X1 minions haven't picked up enough play since Bolt was taken out of the game, and I'm glad to see them pick up. But two, this actually does something cool in this deck. So what that Dust Devil does by making that enchantment on Awaken is it actually gives you a lane to play Soma Oasis in and get the additional effect of Soma Oasis.
It does, yeah. I would agree. The X1 minions are, I think, a touch underplayed. People a little worried. They see those stat lines and they're scared that the ignitions may come back, or that these overruns are just going to do too much that we see a lot of. But as Noah said, especially if you are in orange, that Parsa color, most of your desert generating minions are going to have 1-2 hit points at the most, but getting those deserts down, so pivotal in getting these combos in much better condition.
And with Bolt gone but Ignition still existing, an X1 is effectively the same as an X2. And when you look at it in the same logic that went into not playing specific X1s because of Bolt, now that same logic would just be applied to X2s because Ignition is what Bolt was. Same with Ice Spike doing too. So I hope we continue to see these X1s gameplay, because I think a lot of them, especially the cheap ones, should be seeing play and maybe haven't been just because it's habit not to.
Hard habits to break. You get in one groove, and even when cards change, you find yourself kind of building the same thing. We do see, while we were talking, that Windish Giant came down again from Basta, threatening the desert, but Nakas with probably one of the best answers in the deck in the form of Tailroot Worm. That's a 4-cost 7/7 right now, and anytime it hits that enchantment, when it comes back out of Nakas' hand, it's going to be just as large.
Yeah, like this lets you poke in the damage, but it doesn't solve the 7/7. Not unless you have a 2x to play down next to the Windish Giant, which we don't see. That being said, you could just wait on the 7/7 to come down and then impel to the middle lane to make the attack. So if I'm Nakas at this point, I'm looking to defend that middle lane, set up opposition on that middle lane, if possible. Like, you still have to cast the... Okay, so we'll see that instead, which means the Windish Giant can go in again.
So we are in game 2 of this series right now. Nakas took the first game on the back of a ridiculous temptation on a Raziel and getting that brand, burning the Armageddon Angel Nakas has. So Boston knows that, at least for the time being, one of those board wipes has disappeared. But we don't have a lot of information on the hands. Contrary to the first game, we only see a couple of units, or a couple of minions, and it's ones that have already been interacted with for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, without Hideout, Nakas' deck mostly is going to be concealing its hand. It doesn't quite play with the same open hand policy that a token deck does. But we will still see at least some, thanks to all of the bounce effects and what have you. It's just kind of neat sometimes watching how much impact Hideout can have, not only on the field, but on how much info you get about the hand.
All right, so Basta has dropped that Bald Mountain right underneath the Windish Giant. A solid protection and population for that mountain to keep the spells down, to be able to recur, and continue to try and control what Nakas is doing over here. But that Tailroot Worm still sitting in Nakas' hand, saying, I dare you to open up the desert or the Demolition Speedway.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, is Basta doesn't want to make this attack. Because you take 1 damage and open up the 7/7. So we likely just see the Detained added back to hand. Although you could get back the lead. No, it'll be Detained.
Yeah, you get. I think you always go with the Detain in that choice scenario, strictly because of it being 2 spells instead of 1. Wow.
That's a good follow-up. Typically, making that attack would just be to open the 7/7 that we saw in hand. But having the follow-up to just kill the Windish Giant flat out. And now you still get to also keep that impending stat line. Like, you still have that Doomsday 7/7 stat line loaded that you haven't had to use yet.
I like that Doomsday 7/7 stat line. It is a huge threat, and Basta, every time they play a card, has to look and see that it could be next turn, that it comes down. Every decision that Basta is making is at least somewhat around that Tailroot Worm sitting in Nakas' hand.
And I do see Denwop in Twitch chat. Could you give us an update, Denwop? Who did you play and how did the match go? This is one of the cool things about not being on delay.
There are many, but I do enjoy this one, being able to interact with Twitch chat and the fact that our players come into the Twitch channel after their games are done. Oh, and we see a counterpoint here, that Traitorous Murmur stealing the Mardicore, and it does not have to get given back. This one is that permanent theft.
Yeah, this is just to slow the bleeding, if you will. Basta was looking... Temptation back. 9... This isn't quite lethal. It's close. Oh, that'll be lethal. Wow.
Well, a fantastic showing. Nakas taking the series 2-0 against Basta. Not something we necessarily would have expected with the showing that Basta had last week, but Nakas showing that they are not a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. My one question, I think, to you, Noah, is I love Nakas' deck. I love the play out. Turn of Seasons, it does work for this deck, but I would almost say that the Rainbow path may be a better choice just with how many enchantments are being played. It allows you to get those enchantments to the hand at the end of your turn if they're sitting on top of your deck. What do you think about that tweak, possibly?
I think it's actually somewhat of an inflated enchantment count. Keep in mind that we did see the Dust Devil.
This is true.
I'm double-checking the list now, actually. But I think it's somewhat of an inflated count on those enchantments because of things like Dust Devil. Okay, I've just pulled up Noctis's list. Let me take a look. So we have the speedways. And then, let's see, it's hideouts, Soma Oasis. Yeah, so we still do see 7 enchantments. I haven't actually sat down and done the math on that path choice yet, and I may need to do that at some point. But I think with 7 enchantments, I would be okay not playing it, but I also wouldn't be opposed to playing it. It's in kind of that middle zone, I think. Now, I do think we've actually finished up all of the matches. And that means we get to discuss stat segments. You want to give us a little bit of info on the commons and uncommons this week?
Well, the commons and uncommons, kind of a switch from, at least in the uncommons section from what we saw before. So we're seeing a fair amount of red this week in the form of Ichor Feast and the Frecky Huntress and some of the most popular uncommons. Ichor Feast at 7 copies among our players. Frecky Huntress at 6, which is fantastic. Little side note, Frecky Huntress, a main focal point of some of my research over the course of this past week.
Is that what you call it?
We're trying to keep this PG at most, but no, spectacular card. I like these transforming cards is really what it comes down to.
I do too.
I've been messing around with the transforming feature on a bunch of these cards, and Frecky Huntress was doing a ton of work for me in my testing in the Gauntlet and some PvP matches. Seal of Exile, very popular as well at 11 copies in the uncommon section.
Yeah.
And for good reason. Seal of Exile, fantastic. Orange is an extremely popular color. Mesa Viatiku still making a strong showing in the 8 slot of most popular commons. Dust Devil and Ignition tied up at 10. You wondered why we were talking about Ignition before, even though it wasn't on the screen. It's because we will be seeing it a lot this week, I think. And then Parsa Regulars at 13 copies in the most popular commons. Having that demise of getting more minions to the hand and being just an able-bodied 3/3 for 3, you can't argue with 13 copies. It makes a lot of sense, especially coupled up with that Seal of Exile.
It's even single-gemmed.
Yeah, it does everything you want it to do. More stuff, easy cost, good stats. Why would you ever recruit anybody outside of a Parsa regular?
It makes a minion that makes a minion. It's so much value.
It's like 3 minions for the price of for 3 mana. What? Why would you do anything else?
Yeah. I do think we'll be stepping away, taking a quick AFK moment, and we will be back soon with the second match of Swiss. Following those Swiss matches, what do we have lined up?
Following those Swiss matches, I almost said the name of the card. Following round 2, we will have a spoiler. That spoiler that I want to talk to Noah about. That spoiler that I want to talk to everybody in the chat about. So while we're taking this break, listen to some funky, fresh Mythgard tunes. Tell your friends to get their asses in here. And let's watch some action and then talk about a brand new card. And I think we are back for our second round of the Mythgard Weekly Open. Hopefully, all of our viewers had a chance to look at all those spoilers that we have seen in one place at one time. 10, 11 spoilers. We actually got 6 last week. I am out of my mind. 3 Shinobi, the Fast Lane, what is that? Neo Gangnam, and Mutanmorphosis, one of the coolest transformation card names I think I've ever seen. Would love to hear your opinions. What's your favorite purple card that you have seen spoiled before we show our spoiler at the end of this round? Noah, what has been your favorite spoiler so far, strictly from a mechanical standpoint? I know where you stand on the art.
Oh, I like all of the Shinobi. It's tough to pick just one. I do think Shinobi of Smoke may be the one I'm least fond of, but I don't dislike it by any means. I don't know that I could nail down a choice between the two Shinobi that I like most.
I think from a mechanical standpoint of the cards we've seen so far, I'm getting more and more fond of the Fast Lane. I think a turn 6 rush enabler for cards that wouldn't or shouldn't have that rush feature, that could very well be one of the most devastating things we see in upcoming ladder and MWO play. There's so many good cards. If I had to pick a second one, Decoy actually is really really high in my heart. It is statted very strangely, but it's that stealth that makes it phenomenal. The higher cost is something that can throw your opponents off, and there's nothing they gain from attacking to find out what's behind stealth. Our feature coming into round 2, Decadent Hamster on a very aptly titled Vamps deck against Den of Team Rankstar. Denwap playing this Desert Strike deck. Look at these names, the powers and paths that have been chosen. Both players on Journey of Souls, both players on Infuse, which we did not see as much of last week. And then even the I almost said a word that I shouldn't have. Even the essence totals of these decks nearly identical for all intents and purposes. Only 1,000 essence gap between them, but both of these decks looking to be very, very aggressive in their play style.
Yeah, I do like both of these lists. To give some context to Denwap's list, this is a modified tokens deck. Denwap said, I'm enjoying the token lists, but they don't quite have the late game that I want to have. So this began as a token list and kind of shifted into a mid to late heavy build. And I'm excited to see how well that goes this week.
I would agree. It's kind of got that tempo or ahead of pace feel. Decadent Hamsters on the other side of that, there's going to be a lot of life gain, that life tap feature, a lot of kind of switching places, and then there's a lot of these technical top end cards. Duskwing Angel in that 5 spot, Wings of Abaddon doing work every time it hits the field, and then of course you cannot play a red deck without playing 7 Ring Ritual. But the card I'm most excited to see coming back that we haven't seen in a while, Lord Valentine, one of the most intimidating cards when it comes to art, stat line in that red slot. Lord Valentine is kind of the Nosferatu, the big bad end boss of the red colors, in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks to be a lot of fun. I've wanted to play a deck like this and just haven't yet. Mostly because I don't own Valentine, and anytime I have enough essence to make a mythic, my head just spins deciding which one.
Soon it will not matter. You will get to test, and we are getting into Den and Decadent Hamsters. The Battle of the D's coming in So you'll get to see Lord Valentine potentially put to great use. And what a choice for a card back from Decadent Hamster as well. That blood red to go along with those vampire menace.
Denwap choosing not to match the sleeves to the deck. This is such a hotly debated thing in the Twitch chat on almost a weekly basis. We see discussion about the sleeves, even if we don't mention it. And it's so neat to me to see that people get so vested in the choice.
I think it is just as important to have a strong deck, to be a strong player, being stylish with it. You gain a lot of points doing that. You know, there's maybe some intimidation factor. Maybe you just want to put on a good show for the rest of Twitch. Den, though, dropping Maze of Iatiku, getting that second Maze of Iatiku in some of your favorite placements for the Maze, and then Decadent Hamster answering with Fire Song Prodigy, one of the best utilitarian cards in those early 1 and 2 drop slots.
Yeah, the Maze placement is such a nuanced thing, but it can swing a matchup when the match is being played by two people who know all about Maze placement and why you place the way you do. And it's so neat to watch high-level play that involves Maze of Iatiku.
Yeah, on the surface, people coming into this game new, they see Maze, they read the text. Oh yeah, I get to draw cards, but once I place this thing, it's not going to move, it's not going to attack. It probably doesn't matter too much, but it absolutely does. You don't want to be blocking your other minions, but you don't want Maze to be vulnerable. There's a lot to it. So taking that opportunity, getting the one after the other, and potentially spreading out what Decadent Hamster is doing, and did exactly that. Got Fire Song Prodigy on one side, drove that Frecky Huntress to the other side, and then sacrificing the Maze before anything can happen to get that extra card draw. Seal of Exile as well.
Okay, good.
Wow.
Denwap was left with a tough choice if that seal didn't exist. I think the play would have been to infuse that Maze and activate it, so it couldn't be attacked by the 2/2, simply because then the 2/2 doesn't stay a 2/2, and you've got an issue.
Yeah, you lose your Maze, the 2/2 gets stronger, everything just goes downhill so quickly.
So without that seal, the play actually would have been to infuse that Maze of Iatiku and sack it off.
So, Den taking the opportunity to clear Decadent Hamster's side of the field. Decadent Hamster just responding in kind, dashing Ringmaster to get rid of the Maze of Iatiku. The Ignition that we knew was there, taking care of Mezzalibre, and this game is going to do this, I think, the entire time until someone gets a strong foothold. We're going to see a lot of back and forth here over the course of the next few minutes. Interesting placement on the parry at the gates without any kind of buff, which doesn't really exist in Den's deck. Strictly a block to maybe stop this dashing Ringmaster from rushing too many other minions.
I don't know that I like this. I think the idea may have been, well, now they have to make the choice of giving it up. But you know that a 2/2 is in hand, and you have to assume anything else that could kill it also would be. So then this attack happens instead. I don't like that attack too much. That placement, actually. Excuse me.
Yeah, Den is self-admittedly a newer player to this game, not new to card games in general, but has been asking a lot of questions and takes these opportunities to learn a model addition to the MWO, as all of our players have been. So we see Martikor coming down to get rid of that dashing Ringmaster and stand up to this Duskwing Angel, but the Angel can decide that they want to get some more damage on the face, gain some more life, because of that agile feature on her. She's so quick, she's so strong, and when she gets infused, she takes care of Martikors.
So, as a quick update, we mentioned that Toon did not show up in time. I did just get a message that Toon did not wake up when he intended to wake up this week, and said, alas, next week. So I said, well, you could always stop by and hang out and chat. To which I got, nah. Like, if I can't play, I value the sleep. I like the call.
An appropriate call, probably.
It's like 2 a.m. in Toon's time zone.
To
That is
one of the
dedication,
people
getting up at that time to play.
keeping us honest as a worldwide tournament. Toon, not shy about the Australian representation, but we have players from all over Europe, Australia. I think in chat we had somebody in Southeast Asia as well that was very happy about the inclusion of purple. Look at Decadent Hamster's side of the board here.
This is disgusting.
There's so much life tap. There's so many of these minions coming down. And then the inclusion here of Strigoi Familiar to reduce the cost of these other vampires in Decadent Hamster's deck. And then Firesong Prodigy bringing in another ignition. So we saw, 8 or 10 ignitions, and then the inclusions of these Firesong Prodigies, we could have essentially 15 or 20 in total floating around.
I think this deck specifically was held down a lot by Bolt. We see even now, just at this stage of the game, 2 X1s on field that absolutely would not have been played if Bolt was still in the game. It is so cool to see. And I think you'd see the same type of change if something like Ignition was taken out. It changes the playability of so many things.
Are you saying that Ignition has the potential to remix the way the game is played? I had to do it. We see the Blight come down. One of the best ways to take care of Dustwing Angel. You cannot gain your hit points back if there's nothing to kill and you are diseased. This Blight doesn't care if you're an undead monstrosity. So Dustwing Angel has 1 turn left.
I like the infuse.
And the Ignition takes care, finishes off that white Kadeho. The one thing that Decadent Hamster is going to run into here, if Den can stabilize, I know they only have 9 hit points, but Decadent Hamster is sitting on only 2 cards right now, and there's not a lot of other card draw in these red decks. There's a few things here and there, but a lot of them come with a tagline of sacrificing minions or sacrificing life, but 48 hit points for Decadent Hamster, staring down an empty board, but a full hand from Denwop with 9.
Yeah, so sitting on 9 with what's going to be 8 damage on field, 9 with the infuse. Obviously, Denwop is not in a position that just passing would be the play, simply because we have so much in hand anyway. But definitely not looking good.
Double Mezzo Libre will slow down that tide of damage, also bringing in the statue from the clay effigy. So we've got a lot of blocking on the board. That pass lets the Blight take out the Dustwing Angel, and while we'll see a little bit of hit point gain for Decadent Hamster, we're not going to see Den take any damage unless there is something in Decadent Hamster's hand, which there was not.
I would love to see an Angel come down now. Denwop's got so much late game. This is the time to play it.
But is it in the hand? Zergian
Something like
Hideout.
a Hulkin would be awesome.
Hulkin would be fantastic here. It does not look like we're going to see either of those cards, but the Maze of Iatiku landing on the Zergian Hideout, an interesting call, because if it's not dealt with, well, actually, I like this. There's a question that Decadent Hamster has to answer. Do I kill the Maze of Iatiku and allow Den to start filling up with more insurgents, or do I leave it and allow Den to continue to draw cards off of Maze of Iatiku?
I think the play may be to just attack it. You don't use the infuse to kill it. Just attack it so it goes to 2, and then Denwop would have to use infuse to get the activation. But we will see. Whoa. I'm guessing that because the mana went to the infuse, the follow-up play was not going to be enough. So that's why we see the pass, which is why I would have been a fan of just making the attack and passing, not using the infuse. Because effectively all that did was gain you 1 additional life and let you not play the game.
Yep, and we see, again, that swing back and forth on the field, showing its head, showing its face in this matchup. So Decadent Hamster had absolute control of the game. Oh, but baiting out the field wipe from Den in that last turn, a full-fledged 7-ring ritual, and all 7 rings bringing in those Hellions from the deep dark abyss. And now, what does Den do?
Well, Denwalk can kill 5 of these if needed.
Absolutely, and there is some hit points that have been gained, but you hate to have to spend all of your resources, all of your minion resources to take care of 7 Hellions. That is still fantastic. I love to see those full board 7-ring rituals come down. I wish there was a special animation when you got all 7.
Yeah, we typically see it played with 6 because the idea is to have them all come down, immediately swing, and push lethal. So I would love to see something acknowledging that you got all 7.
Here's another card that we have not seen a lot of in the past, but is very defensively statted. This Enchanter on Den's side of the field. A 2/6 for 4. It has Agile, and it destroys enchantments before it attacks through them. So Enchanter, you can... Enchant Eater. You can move around, destroy your opponent's enchantments if they're playing a bunch of deserts or desert modifications, things like that. It's a great counter to all the landslides that we saw last week.
Admittedly, somewhat selfishly, I'm going to have to ask Denwop about this choice, because it looks like Denwop's done something that I was talking about this week, in playing that instead of Black Cadejo. And I see White Cadejos in Denwop's list, but I do not see Black Cadejos. So I want to find out if my discussion on that helped convince Denwop of this choice.
So what you're actually going to ask is, hey, am I a genius or am I a genius? Am I right? Bang, bang.
I mean, we'll see that, judging by how well Denwop does this week, because I don't think I'd be playing it as well as Denwop will. So if Denwop is not doing well on it, it's likely that I also would not be doing well on it.
Absolutely fair. You know, we talk a lot about how we talk with Denwop. There's no special treatment there, by the way. Even though we share a team name with Denwop in the form of Team Rankstar, we, especially Noah, who is way more versed in these technical matters than I am, anytime people ask questions in the main Mythgard channel or DM, Noah is always on top of being able to answer those and give insight. We do see the Poxbringer come down to take care of that second dashing Ringmaster, and then Den dropping the Dust Devil to start the spread of a little bit of desert here and there.
Now, we talked about the Dust Devil in the last matchup that we watched, and the fact that it helped with that Soma Oasis. So I want to know if that was why Denwop's playing it as well. My inclination is that if you play Dust Devil, it's because you play Soma Oasis. And if you don't play Soma Oasis, you don't play Dust Devil. So I think Dust Devil's usefulness is kind of linked to how bad you want to play Soma Oasis.
Yeah, and I think secondary to that is if you want to, you know, Dust Devil, even if you're not playing Soma Oasis, but if your end game strategy is to fill the board with desert as well. I almost said dessert. I'm a little hungry. The Dust Devil is a solid choice, but I like this Panic Raider on Decadent Hamster's side of the board. There's so much control, so much direct damage in Decadent Hamster's deck that allows them to kill the minions, drop Panic Raider, and get that additional card draw. It is something much needed in these red decks that is no downside to gaining cards.
And that's effectively what putting it next to Duskwing Angel does anyway, because it's tough to play uphill into a Duskwing Angel. You know, typically you want to have an established field and then have the opponent play Duskwing Angel so that you go on the offensive and taking it out. Because having to just play minions to contest Duskwing Angel, it is difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was our 4th or 5th ignition that we saw. It's another Seal of Exile from Den. And looking at these minions coming down, the placement that we have seen here, I feel like Decadent Hamster is sitting on a bomb. I think we may get to see a Lord Valentine that attempts to try and close this game out, because Den is looking very drained of blood, only at 4 life remaining.
I'd like to see a Wings of Abaddon come down.
Ooh, that would be good. This Enchant Eater still with the 6 hit points, but right now nothing to contest.
Yeah, and it's kind of tough that it was not able to go oppose the Duskwing Angel. Like, it's got Agile, so it's tough too anyway. But having that 2/6, if you could clog the opposing lanes, Duskwing Angel would just be bouncing off of things effectively. Especially with the hideout to keep putting minions down opposite the placement of that angel.
Oh, Den not happy with the choice that they made. That
I bet that was supposed to go back to deck. I bet Denwop needed the gem.
Oh no. We do see the use of Wonder Drug at that in that secondary mode, gaining the extra hit points and the multiple cards, but now with 12 hit points and no contest against these 2 minions on the opposing side of the field, this will be interesting. And here comes one of the cards that you see a lot of in the starter versions of these decks, Howling Abyssal, a card not to be underrated even though it is very easy to get hands on.
It's even seen play in the MWO in the past. It was in a lot of those old the name is escaping me now. But it did see some meta play. Speaking of which,
if you want to see a way to get rid of demons and vampires, you just call in the air support in the form of Armageddon Angel, who is now a 9/3.
Lions and demons and vamps, oh my.
Oh, man. And an Extract Life, Decadent Hamster putting all of this additional life that they have accrued to fantastic use, continuing to get it, and not really caring about any downside when it comes to having to spend hit points down the road as well, in the form of, I can't remember the name of the red card that lets you kill an opponent's minion and you just take their damage once.
I know what you mean, but it is not in this list.
That's why I couldn't think of it, because I can't find it on here. But
I know they've got it, I just don't see it in the deck list.
Den with 2 Marty Cores coming down again. The flip-flop, the back and forth. Den holding on at this
is a long game 1.
In the 4 to 9 hit point range. Strigoi
Maybe
Familiar.
It just feels that way,
yeah.
all the life.
No, I think it actually has been a long game. Strigoi Familiar and Strigoi Pureblood both coming down. And we're going to see even more life gain for Decadent Hamster before everything is said and done here. But not before 2 very cranky Manticores do some work. Ooh, and a temptation to use Decadent Hamster's own minions against him.
Yeah, now that leaves Decadent in top deck mode, and Denwop's putting out quite the field. I think Denwop may have actually stayed in this game long enough to potentially stabilize.
And
Decadent's list has no way to just get to face and deal 9. Like, a Wings of Abaddon, at the moment, it wouldn't have a lane to hit anyway. Look at that. But this is tough.
It is able to push through 3 damage thanks to that overrun. But like you said, 2 Marty Cores and a Universal Hulkin.
Which is going to get beefy.
Yeah, if Den decides to, this Hulkin could be gigantic.
Den's also holding the White Cadejo now, so I like not spending the mana on the Hulkin, so you can instead go double White Cadejos and look to gain life back. Oh, I love it.
Oh, do not let these paste or tempo decks actually get into a groove, because this is what you have to stare down if you get there. Decadent Hamster, threatening 50 hit points a couple of turns ago, is now only 7 above where Den is at, and is going to empty
Den's
the hand.
continuing to gain. These Cadejos, just since coming down, have gained 9 life. Denwop was at 6 a minute ago. Let's keep that in mind. The style finish.
Absolutely the style finish.
Game 1 to Denwop. What a comeback.
Jeez, that is exactly what you plan and hope to do when you're playing these paced out tempo style decks. There's not a lot of ramp or anything yet in Mythgard. We don't know if there will be, but
we got Kolobok, but if you ask Bosta, it just does not show up.
But the style, the skill, and just keeping your eyes on the prize paying off in match 1 of that series, and they have already both agreed to jump right back in for game 2.
So I think that match has helped both people in this a lot, that game. Because what it did is it gave Denwop the confidence in game 2 to know, if I can just get past that mid game and get into my good late game, I can stabilize even if I'm down against this deck. And it also gave Decadent the knowledge of, how fast do I need to kill Denwop?
Yeah, maybe I don't play 7-ring Ritual unless I've got an ability to rush everything. Maybe I am a little bit more aggressive and don't let them get the board where they want it to be. But we see 3 very immobile, very beefy units coming down here. 2 more Maze of Iatiku and this statue.
One thing this does, though, is this gives you double yellow on 2, which slows down Hideout a lot. Because now you still need to make both gems to get the Hideout down, so it gets delayed a lot.
Who needs Hideout, though, when you have 2 mazes drawing you cards if they aren't dealt with? Ooh, I love that. The Infuse, not to get any attack in, but to gain that extra draw off the back of a Maze of Iatiku. Fantastic
And then moving the
job.
statue to block the 2/2 feels good.
Panic Raider doing essentially the same thing that Maze of Iatiku does. If there's any buffs coming down, I don't know if there's any in Decadent Hamster's deck, but even just getting 2 damage in and drawing a card for 3, no other game would tell you that there's better value, and Mythgard is right up there with it. That is spectacular. 3 cost, 2 damage, draw a card. Even if nothing else happens, Panic Raider has done its job this game.
And to anyone who may just be tuning in, because we will be spoiling something soon, this is game 2 in this match. Denwop won game 1, following a fast-paced showing by Decadent, and then Denwop stabilizing, getting to the late game, and just flooding the field with big opposing minions.
We see some decision points here being made. Decadent Hamster has the privilege of not having to think too much about gems because they are playing a mono red deck, unless I missed something in my run through one more time. So choice is a little bit easier for them. Den having to make sure that they get 3 to 4 orange before everything is said and done.
I like that play. I was just about to comment on the fact that I think what the decision point was the fact that you could not play Hideout and also play a minion on it without being mana inefficient, because Denwop doesn't play any yellow 2-cost minions. So once you play Hideout, you would be out of gems, even though you had 2 mana left. So the only minion you could put on Hideout to get the token would be a Maze of Iatiku, which would leave you with 1 mana unspent.
Oh yeah.
So I think that was the decision point, was deciding on how to stay mana efficient, and Hideout with Infuse feels like the best way to do that.
And I love this placement for Fawn of Decay. Obviously, really the only place to play it right now, but
yeah, and I think Hideout being so big these last few weeks is why Fawn of Decay is seeing play. Fawn of Decay was not in many decks at all in the MWO scene, in client play. I haven't seen Fawn of Decay too much until we saw Hideout pick up.
Yep, Hideout picking up, Soma Oasis being as strong as it is. We do see essentially a reset of the game except for mana and gems, and then Decadent Hamster bringing out that Panic Raider again to get the card draw and the damage through.
And it makes me think of fighting games when you have two moves in a fighting game that both take the same amount of time and you both whiff that move, you go back essentially to even footing. And that's kind of what's happened in this game. But with that, in a fighting game, you don't typically, like build to a late game in the same way that you would in a CCG. And with this mutual state happening now, I think it actually gives Denwop the advantage, because Denwop's deck has the most explosive at the top end between these two, and you've effectively gone back to a mutual state in the mid game. And with that, that's the point of the game that Decadent should be looking to be as ahead as possible.
Yeah, Denwop building up that combo meter, that energy meter if this was a fighting game. And with a hand this full and so many bombs in that deck, Decadent Hamster has to be staring at that going, what do you have? Is the Armageddon Angel already there? Do you have that Universal Hulkin waiting for me? I'm going to play these Strigoi, I'm going to play these Vampire and find out. And Decadent Hamster has bombs as well. That Lord Valentine, when he inevitably hits the field, it is going to be an interesting exchange if there's not a Seal of Exile waiting.
I want to see Valentine get played against Boss, because Valentine has sometimes been called Kanye by people in the community, because it looks a bit like Kanye West.
He won't be allowed to kill it.
As we've seen with Boss's deck the last 2 weeks, a big Kanye fan in Boss, naming each of the last two decks Mythic Kanye. So I would love to actually see the Mythic Kanye come down against Boss.
He literally will be disqualified if he kills Lord Valentine.
DQ himself.
All right, so the Dashing Ringmaster coming down following the Frecky Huntress, who is now becoming the dreaded Awakened Huntress. That card art changes, the veracity of that minion changes. Now an Alpha Strike life tap 4/3 that is very difficult to deal with in combat.
Oh, and you know what I'm seeing?
That
if you
that
open
shift
the full
that we
image,
keep seeing.
If you open the full image on that Awakened, I think it's standing outside of a club that is actually noticeable in the Koi image that we got a couple weeks ago.
Ooh, so Awakened
I
Huntress.
think that club that it's standing outside of may be off to the side in that Koi image. We may be able to see that scene in the full Koi. I'm gonna have to look at that today and check that out.
You know one of the reasons I think that I was so working on the Awakened Huntress and the Frecky Huntress card this week is I watched Blade last week, and you saying the club made me take a double check and look. So Awakened Huntress right now, a Vampire Valkyrie, kind of a hybrid, just like Blade, and hunting down the minions of the dark is very reminiscent of one of my favorite Marvel anti-heroes. Denwop sending wrestlers out into the cornfields. Mezzolibre and Meza Viatiku coming down here, locking down part of Decadent Hamster's board and forcing an answer to be taken.
Is that when you don't quite make it big time yet, so you got to do all the small indie shows in like the middle of nothing?
Yeah, that is absolutely
all those Midwest factions that show up.
That Kansas open field brawl. Mezzolibre making their way through and doing that, but tends to work out pretty well for him. He is that wrestling god with his manager there at his feet.
He got the shaky cam at questionable quality showing up on YouTube.
I wonder if YouTube exists in this world. We know Twitter does.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
As soon as I said it, I was like, huh. I bet they have YouTube.
Mezzolibre is a YouTube wrestling performer in his earlier days, but shut down by all these vampires and dark angels that are coming down from Decadent Hamster, and a temptation and an infuse on the Strigoi Pureblood.
I now need like a good hack and slash zombie film with Hulk Hogan playing himself.
Oh man, I wish
Give me
I could
Hulk
say
Hogan zombie slaying. Please.
I wish I could say that we're getting off topic, but we could have that same exact kind of thing show up in this game. Even
Kanye's in.
Kanye has hit the field, and we are about to see some work done. Every time a minion dies in combat with Lord Valentine, we have more power, more life, and you get actions every time one of your vampires
We did see a
breaches.
misplay by Decadent, though. That attack didn't happen, but the second attack that Kanye made went onto the Enchanted Lane, and so Decadent took 1 point of damage that they didn't have to take.
A misplay when they win 38 to -1. But I will give it to you. Kanye coming down, doing work. No one man should have all that power.
So they've still got about 15 minutes until time extension. So we'll definitely have plenty of time to play this match out in full, as it is now 1-1.
And these first few turns, normally we say the first few turns very important, but it looks like they're going to go almost in the exact same way that they have in the last two games. Decadent Hamster, almost positive that Den is going to have that turn 1 Meza via Tiku. Pretty confident that they're going to see a turn 2 Meza via Tiku. So they're just going to drop answers immediately.
Honestly,
the Strigoi pup coming down right there in front.
I could be playing against a mono blue list and still expect my opponent to have Iatiku on 1.
It's such a good early play. It's such a good play, really, all the way around. Even if it only gets used as a blocker, Meza via Tiku just continues to hold value throughout the game, especially if your opponent chooses not to answer. Den having to make this decision. I think it's a pretty easy decision here to take out the Strigoi. It depends on what else is in the hand. We still have a burn open, and it ends up being a Marty core to get that second gem, that orange gem from Parsa. Will we see a Zergian hideout from it, or does Den have something else in mind?
And we do see the attack, but nothing played?
Not a common feature of Mythgard to see a turn this early not have something come down. Pacing is very important, and you do not want Decadent Hamster to continue to play the vampire after vampire, dropping in, the sprinkling of other minions that exist in this deck. That's missing a turn like that is pretty damaging potentially.
If I'm Decadent, that actually gives me a lot of info, because I think it would be safe to say that Denwop does not have Maze, Denwop does not have Clay Effigy, does not have Dust Devil, does not have Hideout.
Yeah, they obviate half of the deck, essentially. There's a solid 15 to 20 cards that are not in Den's hand right now. Or Den is playing the misinformation game and just chose not to do it, waiting to see what Decadent Hamster was going to do.
And now I would also be assuming no Meso, because you didn't get the second gem and stun the 2-1. So a lot of info potentially being given up just out of necessity. Even if Demnot has nothing to play, then you've got nothing to play.
So we saw Panic Raider become a 3-cost 4 damage, draw 2 because it went unanswered. And then Howling Abyssal is a very strong card early in the game because it adds that additional damage once it dies. It's strong at the end game, and we're going to see it put to solid use here. Even though it dies to the Blight, it's going to take some damage with it. And another Panic Raider so early, drawing cards for
Even
Decadent
just getting
Hamster.
the one attack with it is so much value. Getting the second one is nuts.
Yeah, it goes from a common to a mythic, I think, when you can land that second attack. In terms of value. Ooh, Revelation of Zimic played super early. But Den needing to find some cards, having a little bit of trouble getting the extra yellow gems, or having stuff to be able to play on these deserts or Zergian hideouts. And here we're going to see some trouble, I think. The Dash and Ringmaster coming down quick.
Again, we see some mana inefficiency by Denwop, but that mana inefficiency doesn't actually give any info up, as with 1 mana up and no yellow gems available, Denwop's deck actually can't cast anything. So you don't give any additional info by being mana inefficient that time.
And yet again, that Freaky Huntress turning into an Awakened Huntress, but who cares when Armageddon Angel has the ability to hit the field? And a 7-4 now in play.
But again, this happens.
Panic Raider doing an immense amount of work. I think we've seen 8 damage from Panic Raider this game, which would be 4 drawn cards. Ooh, Den being very happy, I'm sure, on their side of the board with that Armageddon Angel coming down and taking care of that Ringmaster amongst the other minions, because this turn from Decadent Hamster was very large. 2 Strigoi Purebloods and the Panic Raider, of course, already having Rush wouldn't have really mattered, but an interesting position to be in right here. We could see, if we see some life tap added to anybody or a life tap minion dropped, Decadent Hamster could be in a solid position to get to maybe a Lord Valentine.
Temptation again.
Gosh.
So much today.
And we're only in our 2nd round.
Yeah, we saw Temptation flat out win 1 game. In fact, didn't it win game 2 in that match as well?
That I can't recall.
But yeah, we've seen a lot of Temptation today.
Howling Abyssal coming right back down. And then at one of the perfect places for Decadent Hamster to have Howling Abyssal. And this Grim Narcoleptic. Such interesting mechanics on this one. Essentially disappears on your opponent's turn. Very hard to deal with without a spell. Den's only at 8 hit points and needs to make some tough decisions here.
I want to dig into the stat sheet a bit on Temptation. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was like, it feels like we've seen a lot of Temptation, but then I checked the stat sheet, and as you'll see in just a little while, that's because we have a lot of Temptations.
And again, no surprise in that. We saw how much work it did last week. It was a lot of talk about it in the main Mythgard channel, and I think some in the Mythgard Weekly Open general chat. Wonder Drug being put to good use here, going down to 4, getting back up to 12.
It's neat how that happened, actually, because Denwop was at 8. But the Howling Abyssal Demise put Denwop low enough to let that modal ability go off.
Yep, Howling Abyssal triggering at 8 or more hit points. The perfect time to get the damage through from the Demise, but Denwop able to answer that right back after essentially sacrificing the hit points in the form of Wonder Drug and getting the extra card draw because of it.
Yeah, that was a cool line.
So here's a lore question, because I know you love these so much. Do you think Wonder Drug is something that is in Zimik's personal stash, or do you think it's something he sells to great amount of profit? Your silence tells me completely. Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Zimik being sort of this this big bad in the Mythgard universe. Bought a country, by the way.
It's in an awful nice box if you plan to just sell it to someone.
I mean, if you're selling something that powerful, you put it in a nice, pretty box. but I think it's probably in his personal stash. It's what he's used to remain in power for so long and buy up South American countries and continue his crazy research. I haven't even been paying attention to Journey of Souls. There's been so much.
Oh, it's
back
gone
and
off
forth.
quite a few times. It keeps getting back this same minion, and it's been what's kept Decadent in this game.
Yeah, that extra card draw is fantastic, especially if you could just keep doing it over and over again. Blood Dolls on Decadent Hamster's side of the field. We saw one Blood Doll played last week on screen, I think. But this one does not stick around long enough to have too much impact on the game. But it's already done its work. That bigger Duskwing Angel, the bigger Grim Narcoleptic. Blood Dolls feeding their Vampire Masters so that we can see some big stuff. Ooh, and then a Poxbringer with Dark Passenger. Get done.
Yeah,
that is a great way to deal with a Duskwing Angel.
Blighting it takes too long. I like Denwop's decision to effectively double stack the lethal abilities just to get it off the field.
Yeah,
the Angel's out. We know Angel's gone. How many Seal of Exiles have we seen? None yet.
I was gonna say I don't think we've seen any in this match. We saw two or three last.
Denwop has Seal of Exile. Close enough.
I hope we have. I'm gonna restate. I hope we have a Rhino Dev in here listening. Get us that animation for a seven ring ritual Hellion.
I think you wanted to hold the kill spell, get the Awaken off, and see if you can Divination 2 into a Seal of Exile, and then Seal of Exile the Hellions and swing. Oh. So potentially some missequencing.
And at this stage of the game, every mistake
well, and that mistake costs you 10 damage when the opponent's at 12. Well, I think it was 12 at the time, maybe 11. But yeah, that potentially was a lethal mistake. Because Divination 2 into Seal into Infuse would have been 11 damage at the time.
Yep, so we saw a potential miss on a series win. And Den having to dig through, staring down three Vampire right now. The Strigoi Pup, Strigoi Familiar, and the Awakened Huntress.
I think in all likelihood, this game will be ending quickly. But it does have the potential not to. We saw Decadence deck gains a lot of life. And if Denwop has, like, double white Kadeho, as we saw in Game 1, it could be a minute.
Yep, the next few turns are going to be the last turns, because we will set up to see where the game stands. And if Decadent Hamster does not have an answer here, these 4 minions in a maze, set up for some pretty terrible stuff, especially if there's another Temptation, that if a Seal comes back through. Choices have to be made here on what to deal with most appropriately.
I like the wings.
Panic Raider continuing to do work, drawing more cards for Decadent Hamster. And I'm surprised we have not seen Lord Valentine with how late this game has gone. As Noah said, remember, when this game comes to a close, regardless of who wins, we will be getting ready to do that MWO exclusive spoiler So if you've got friends that enjoy the game or are trying to get into the game, make sure they get in this chat and talk live. I'd love to see all of your reactions to this very exciting card that we're going to be talking about quickly. We have to see who wins here first, though, and we're in a very, very tight board space right now.
Since the moment it got sent to me, I have been anxious to show it off because I am a big fan.
I think I'm a bigger fan of the card. And if anybody's been paying attention to my discussion, they may be able to know why. They will know why the moment we start talking about it, because I won't be able to contain my excitement. But we see Den here setting up.
You swing 7 damage. You likely pox the 2/1. The Benediction lethal!
Dire Benediction doing it twice. Wow!
Denwop, please.
Style kills twice in a row, closing the series 2-1. Fantastic. So Den will take this series in round 2, 2-1 over Decadent Hamster. Second week in the MWO, taking down one of the titans of the MWO, and going to have a target on their back as we continue through this week and into future iterations of the Mythgard Weekly Open. Some GGs being tossed around in chats. Very, very fun series of games here.
So we will be giving people who have not tuned in, I'm making an announcement now in all of the chats and whatnot, that we'll be waiting about a minute to 2 minutes to show what we have to spoil. So anyone who has not had the time to watch the full event, but wants to see that be spoiled, will have time to funnel into the chat and check that out.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about spoilers and stuff before. Without considering the spoiler art that we are going to see here in a minute, does your favorite art of the cards that we've seen, does it still stand at the Emperor Koi? Or did Shinobi of the Wind overtake with that art that we saw yesterday?
Shinobi absolutely takes it. Big, big, big fan of the Shinobi of Wind.
You like cyber ninjas,
about it.
cyberpunk, all this kind of stuff.
All about it. Yes, please.
Oof. All right. Well, about 60 seconds until we get to this spoiler. It is, of course, going to be a purple spoiler that we are going to be revealing in just a minute or so. I don't want to say anything yet, but I'm so excited. I'm looking at the card right now myself.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up. Oh man, this is going to be so neat.
What I'm going to do here is I am going to read some flavor text while we look at these other purple spoilers. I'm just going to read some flavor text.
I want you to quickly take a look at the Twitch feed.
Uh-huh.
I like what's happened. The man behind the desk has... Well, he's shown us something that it is technically being spoiled, I suppose.
What am I missing?
We've pulled up all of the stuff that's been spoiled in the past, but have not yet pulled up what we will be spoiling.
Here's your spoilers, ladies and gentlemen. I was like, guys,
we got a whole bunch of them.
A whole bunch of them. No. So I'm going to read the flavor text, and as the flavor text finishes coming through, we're going to transition to the actual card. It may ring some bells because it has already been, the spoiler text has actually already been spoilered, but instinct strives to pull you through trauma alive, but the spirit realm often rewards survival with a recurring sense of impending dread. Now we're going to get the spoiler up on the screen here, and it is absolutely a mythic spoiler. Misfortune art that we've already seen the full art. This beautiful, my personal favorite art of everything that we have seen so far. 4 cost, 2 purple gems, and this is a spirit spell that says deal 2 damage to a minion. If that minion survives, return this to your hand.
I am so hyped to play this. This looks good.
So we kind of hinted at some of the mechanics that we don't have a ton of yet, and I think that this card is indicative of a mechanic that we talked about very briefly, and that is ramp, or the ability to gain more temporary mana, because this cost on this spell and the ability to bring it back to the hand again. Ooh, if you can generate a bunch of purple gems and additional mana, you could see the ability to play this 2-3 times in a turn and deal with just about anything. The idea behind this card is fantastic.
So I would love to continue talking about this, but I think we still have a weekly open to play. But we have one last announcement to make in this quick segment. Would you please let us know what we have planned today following the semifinal matchup leading into the finals?
You will get to hear Noah and myself talk about what we are going to have for dinner. We're going to be discussing dinner. No, I am kidding. What we are actually going to be doing is taking full advantage of the time of the month that we are in, this spoiler season. We have been granted a beautiful gift that we want to pass on to the community. We have a second spoiler that we are going to be revealing between the semifinals and the final match today. So if you thought you missed out before, if you just are now coming in and you're seeing this card and you wanted to hear you wanted to see the spoiler before anybody else, you may have been too late, but we have a second purple spoiler coming up between the semifinals and the finals that we're going to reveal again live in the Mythgard Weekly Open. That's 2 exclusive spoilers, and I could not be more beside myself. This was already enough. Rhino has graced us with more information and more things to talk about. So I hope you're all as excited as I am, as you can hear it in my voice.
With that, we will get these next matches set up and good to go as soon as we can. We will be back soon, and we will continue this week's Weekly Open.
All right, welcome back to Mythgard Weekly Open Week 11. If you are just now joining us or coming back from your own break, we saw that misfortune spoiler come up on screen. I think it is even still there, but we have some exciting round 3 action of the Swiss. Noah, there's been some discussion in the general chat for Mythgard Weekly Open Week 11 talking about the use of Bald Mountain. Maybe we'll see Born Again get nerfed. What do you think about all of this that has been presented? It's things I don't think we talked about very much when we saw this card originally.
I hadn't thought about its use with Bald Mountain. What I would want to know is if I use Bald Mountain on it. Well, no.
That's the point that I am in. That's why I handed it to you, because I didn't want to be the one fumbling over these mechanics. Ephemeral
I guess we'll
doesn't
find out
affect
in
the
due
card
time.
that comes back. Yeah, we'll find out in Q mode for sure.
Yeah.
But
Meet me on the battlefield at dawn, kid. We'll settle it.
I'll blast all of your minions to death. I think it's actually very straightforward. Most of the cards that are affected by ephemeral just say bring a non-ephemeral card back. So you could play Misfortune, kill something, Bald Mountain, bring the card back, double ping, even though it has ephemeral. But everything is said and done. We'll have to wait until the cards are in the client, even in Q mode, before we can test that out. We're going to transition here in a minute. Our feature match is going to be Swellzong and Tenchu coming into this third round of Swiss as we continue to grind through the brackets.
Whoa, Tenchu's deck looks cool.
I'm going to say both of these decks actually look really cool. Very well evened match when it comes to the essence. 23,000 versus 28,000. The gap seems large, but it actually is not. Swellzong on this red yellow deck, a combination that we haven't really seen too much of. This is version 2 of their control deck, and then we have Tenchu on a deck they are calling Trident. Why don't you walk us through some of the features of these decks and how they make you feel?
The big thing that jumps out to me initially is Swellzong had been kind of the championing that yellow-blue list, and now we see a shift. Swellzong cutting out the blue, and I think that's helped a lot in taking the cost of the deck down, because blue plays a lot of good mythics. And speaking to the deck itself, I like the inclusion of things like Fawn of Decay. We talked about that in the last match that we watched. Big fan of Enyo. But what jumps out to me is actually Tenchu's whole deck. I don't know what's going on.
I don't either. I've been trying to figure out.
I'm excited.
Yeah, we got deck submittals, and I was trying to figure out what was going on with this deck. Tenchu builds and plays on a different level than a lot of people. A great matchup with Swellzong here. Both of these players just dominating where the meta goes, how things function in Mythgard in its current format. But the one thing in Tenchu's deck that I'm super happy about is, this tier Monomund. We saw it last week in a deck. It may have been it was
in Swellzong's deck.
Okay, in Swellzong's deck. We didn't see it get put to a lot of use, but Tenchu in this Trident deck, I don't even know what the nomenclature is referencing to, but I feel like tier is going to be pivotal if we can get to those later turns.
So we will be looking to get them into game now, and as soon as they do, we'll be jumping on with them. And with that, I'm going to take a quick moment to go shut my window because things have kind of picked up noise-wise outside.
Yeah, in the Northwest where Noah and I are located, we're supposed to be able to escape this sweltering heat and things like that. Have not been able to in the past. So we are jumping in now to Swellzong and Tenchu, and we are seeing the first cards burned. And look at these card backs. Again, red-blue on Tenchu's side. very nice offset, and then that black and mithril for Swelzong. And of course, that early Maze of Iatiku, Swelzong opting to play in that second lane. That is something that a lot of these mechanical articles and the discussions have come out. Where is the best place to put Maze? Do you put it all the way to the left or right, or do you stagger it so that it can block more minions if you're only worried about getting 1 or 2 cards? And then a quick, daring trapezist coming down, getting that rush damage in. Essentially a blank statted 2/2/2 is always good to have, but a 2/2/2 that comes in and rushes and it only has 1 gem requirement.
So good.
It's amazing.
So the good news is the window is now shut. The bad news is, well, the window is now shut.
Yeah, I was catching them up on how warm it has been in the northwest of the United States. The other matches that we're not watching, by the way, just to give you all an update, Naucus is facing Valthus, Den is playing against Basta, Decadent Hamster against Argos, and then Vinyl Armor has the bye this round. And again, Tenchu bringing down that Firesong Prodigy, one of the most popular red cards, just for the utility of having that extra ignition. And it gets stunned immediately by a Mezzo Libre.
Making Ignition is one of the best spells you could be making off of an Awaken, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's... the value is
It allows
incredible.
you to punch up into big minions. It allows you to push additional damage to face. It's got so many awesome use cases.
If we're only looking at the avatars of these players, Swelzong on this Viper, Tenchu on this, I don't even know what that is, but it's another terrifying scaled creature of some kind. What card is that from? It just does not, it's not ringing any bells for me. You're stumped as well.
I don't know off the top of my head. I know that I've seen it within the last couple of days. It was something I saw when I was doing the weekly contest, but it wasn't in the weekly contest. So I don't know what it is.
Here's an enchantment that we have not seen played a bunch, I think maybe if ever, and that's Dead Man's Eyes. When an opponent, or when an occupying minion dies, flip a coin. If heads, draw a card and gain 2 life. One of the few RNG mechanics in Mythgard right now.
I saw this in my own playtesting this week. Invisy was playing this quite a bit. And Swelzong seems to also be a fan of it. I mean, it's got no downside. You know, when you think about it, it's cheap. If the coin flip doesn't go off, oh well. But if it does, it's awesome. Like, it's a lot of added value.
Yeah,
it effectively gives a 50-50 shot at a good demise to any minion you play.
Exactly what I was about to say. It gives half of the minions that populate it a demise that says draw a card, which is if half of the cards in your deck say demise draw a card, you have a fantastic deck. So getting it down early is great. Being able to populate it with a Fawn of Decay in front of a Soma Oasis, even better? Question mark.
I'm just so excited to see what Tenchu's deck does. I do not know, but I can't wait to find out.
Yeah, I
like this Impel. Move it, take the 2/2, and then play something else on the Soma Oasis, and make Swelzong take the suboptimal attack into the Oasis to get the demise on the Fawn of Decay.
And when you're doing the whole thing, turn your Freki into the Awakened Huntress, which we saw put to ridiculous use so many times in the last game.
Tenchu saying, you can go ahead and flip a coin. I'm going to flip my minion. But what do we follow this with is the question.
How about the staple, tried and true
I like
regulars?
Just keep the Oasis up until you need it. By not playing anything to contest the Fawn of Decay, the Oasis stays up. And you would be incentivized to keep the Fawn of Decay opposite the Oasis to get the Awaken, which also locks out the chance at the enchantment demise going off too. It's not playing onto that Oasis and giving the Dead Man's Eyes and the Fawn of Decay demise the potential to go off even into a suboptimal attack. You just shut that possibility off completely. And the cost is just a little bit of damage, which you out heal anyway. I like that.
Oh, that makes the movements for Tenchu to keep that Fawn of Decay uninteracted with difficult. That Harvester can start killing and moving, and even if it gets dealt with, that Demise draw card does exist on Harvester without it sitting on Dead Man's Eyes. I was going through Swelzong's deck. There's a couple of cards that allow you to... There's a couple of cards that allow you to get rid of your own minions, but I don't know if it's worthwhile when you can just try and keep pumping damage through and daring Tenchu to play a minion in front of Fawn of Decay.
Yeah, at the moment, you have locked out the usage of the Soma Oasis, which is awesome. So you can just kind of leave it.
This is how the lane system is put to great use in the design space by Rhino Games.
Yeah, this is an excellent
and our
example,
players
actually.
taking advantage. And here is that 7-ring ritual bringing in 6 Hellions to back up this Fawn of Decay. What an army to be staring down. But Freaky Hunters... Oh, never mind. I was going to say...
Cancel that.
I was going to say that the Awakened Huntress was going to have a field day just knocking these... the Hellions off, but when you could Thunderclap the whole thing, just do that and pump through 8 damage.
We've talked so much in the last few weeks about it, and I'll mention it again now that we just saw it. The Impel followed by not moving the minion, when you have nothing else to do with that mana, giving it Agile on the next play is why you do that.
Yeah, absolutely. A strong play and something that I think a lot of new and even mid-range players miss. Magnetar coming down to deal with that Parsa regular. And a Yahui. Woo!
That was good placement with the cow as well. Because it was only going to take out 1 minion anyway, you can still play it on the end lane, and you don't actually get punished by cutting off 1 access point to its ability. And in doing so, you push the field out to the sides. And now Tenchu, to contest that, has to continue to stay off of this Soma Oasis.
Yeah, it's an interesting position to be in. I still haven't figured out what Tenchu's deck does outside of be very efficient. But even if it only does that, if it's just built on an incredible curve, that's really all you need.
Sometimes value piles will just win you games.
I wonder why the choice of putting Parry at the gates on Soma Oasis. The only thing I can think of is Parry is going to have a problem, or not going to have a problem, dealing with the Fawn of Decay and the Maze of Iatiku.
Tenchu thought they'd be able to move it twice.
Oh, I see.
So now you just have to take it anyway.
And the coin flip goes off. Swelzong gaining maximum value, getting rid of Soma Oasis, gaining the life and the card draw off of Dead Man's Eyes. And you see why that enchantment can be good right there. That's double benefit on that Fawn of Decay.
Good attack. This is why you want the Yahui down, is it actually contests that minion well, even without this to follow. Because it's only going to take X damage, it will get to hit twice, and it will actually take it out. But then moving it back to the outside to continue to kind of fan this field out and keep Tenshu fighting on all sides instead of getting to clump up and gain the advantage of fighting en masse.
Yep, Yahui effectively shutting down that alpha strike from the Awakened Huntress. And then Tenshu double moving now the parry at the gates over and dropping their Stairway to Hades. Wow! So Stairway to Hades essentially turning any non-demon minion into a demon by returning it to the battlefield, going to get multiple sets of value out of this parry at the gates, and when it comes back, it is frenzied.
Yeah, so it has the potential to push a lot of damage if left uncontested.
I like this move here. Try to control everything, and then, move right back onto the Dead Man's Eyes.
Good
and take
use of
advantage.
intel.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. So there's a lot of potential card draw on Swellzong's side of the field here, and some threats in the form of Yahui and the Magmatar. Oh, man, we're going to see the Sacrificial Altar come in as well.
I think if anyone was looking to convince someone to get into this game, this matchup would be an excellent example of how the lane mechanic changes the dynamic of the typical CCG.
It's almost like you got asked about how the lane mechanic works in this game from somebody very interested in giving it a shot. What a great Magmatar counter. Yeah, no, I know from personal experience who that person is, and I will be pointing them to this match in the VOD to say, hey, do you want to see why the lane mechanic is good and how simple it is and how, at the same time, how technical it can be? Watch this match between two very top-end players. Parry at the gates right here in this frenzy, contested by the placement of the Serpent's Den, which is going to continue to bring in Temple Snakes. That's a great way to contest a non-overrun frenzy minion. Swellzong thinking very hard about how they want to repopulate.
I'm attempting to put myself both in Tenshu's shoes and Swellzong's at the same time. What does each of them think the opponent likely has? And it's difficult to make that assumption on Swellzong's behalf, because Tenshu's deck is kind of unlike anything we've seen in the MWO until today.
Yeah, it's almost like they are a trailblazer, a pioneer of sorts, and it's something I'm really grateful for. I have no concept of being able to build decks. I can find combos and things, but having people like Tenshu, like Swellzong, really like all of the other members of the community outside of myself, you get these ideas for cool new decks.
I don't like the placement on the 2-1 unless you have a minion to play to help kill the cow. Because, you have to... Now the 1-1 that could have attacked can't without being impelled, and you could have attacked into the cow and then taken the 2-1 into it anyway and gotten the kill on it too, and not given up this maze. So I think it was a case of maybe suboptimal placement followed by suboptimal attacking. Hecate's Wheel. I've been talking about wanting to see this come back into play, and I wasn't completely sold on why it had kind of fallen off, but I'm glad to see it back.
Yeah, it's something that we talked about a lot last week because it would have been well placed in a lot of the matchups that we saw, and I'm glad as well to see it come back. Also, a note, we talked about it earlier, and Swellzong is indeed now live. So if you want to get some additional insight If you're tired of hearing Noah and myself speaking so highly, put us on mute, leave the Mythgard Weekly Open up, but head on over to twitch.tv/Swellzong and see the hand, listen to the thought process of this player, because that is one of the fastest way to learn, is to watch these top-end streamers in competitive play, whether it's top-end ladder or on the Mythgard Weekly Open. Swellzong is a phenomenal example. And if you can't catch them live, check them out on YouTube, because they upload all of these important matches, especially ones that have good revelation and good teachable moments.
Yeah, and Swellzong does a good job of explaining, too. It's nice to see that.
It is a rare skill, I have to say, especially for higher level players. You'll get a lot of streamers, especially as Mythgard gets more popular, and I'm not discounting any of them. They have the bravery to go out there and put themselves out there. But when you have someone like Swellzong who can explain this to you and can back up what they're saying with results week in and week out, it's just worth listening. Enyo, Murderer's Muse, coming down. The Vampire Lord's Queen. Ooh. And this board is in a very interesting state right now. We have two serpent dens, one of which is just locked down by a wheel, the other one generating some value continually.
Tenchu should most likely impel the 2/2 onto the Hecate's wheel. Make any additional plays you want to make, and then swing the 2/1 into the 1/1, so that the Scion still goes face, and you not only... Yeah, see, so this also opens up the damage on this swing, and keeps the Hecate's wheel occupied to shut off these enchantments again. And you also don't contest the Enyo this way, which Tenchu had no good way of contesting. Unless you Temptation it and win the game?
Yeah, I was going to say...
Is that what's going to happen?
You can do this thing. Oh.
That is what's going to happen.
I was going to say the math didn't work out, but I forgot that Perry was frenzied.
Yeah,
so
that's lethal.
That is absolutely lethal.
Temptation
oh my
lethal.
gosh. Another style kill
it.
from Tenchu. Swellzong not allowing it to go through, but
Temptation
fantastic.
again.
Every dang time. Is Temptation a good defensive card that allows you to clear the board? Temptation, a great win condition if you can set yourself up, and Tenchu finishing out the game 31-0. Still not 100% sure what this Trident deck does outside of be a pile of insane value, but the results speak for themselves.
So back into game 2 we go. It is 1-0 to Tenchu on the back of yet again a Temptation lethal. This has been so fun to watch. Not having the open hand makes Temptation and anything else like it, those high swingy effects, like twice as exciting, because we don't know what's happening. You know, we can't say, oh, well, if you Temptation now, that's lethal, they've got the Temptation, okay, game. So we don't know it until it happens, and I love that we get to also have that level of excitement in seeing these plays.
Could not agree more. I was really kind of turned off by not having access to the hands to be able to speculate on plays, but then that means that you have to delay and stuff like that. Every week, we find more and more reasons why having this kind of hidden information is good for everybody involved. And here we see something a little differently. Swellzong opting for the full far right and far left double Maze of Iatiku play. A little different than the strategy that we saw before, but that changes obviously when you have two of them in your opening hand.
Yeah, definitely. I'm having a bit of a technical difficulty. I'll be just a moment.
If there's one thing I can do, it is continue to talk in a stream of endless nonsense. So that's what I am going to do. Tenchu coming in with one of my favorite cards, not necessarily ridiculous on mechanics or anything special like that, but I love the art and kind of the flavor behind it. Einhajar Thane, having that text that we see, a little bit broader form of the Duskwing Angel. Anytime an enemy minion is killed, Einhajar Thane fully heals, so a great target for buffs like God's Blood Infusion and things like that, standing on maybe a giant's stairway.
I hate to cut you off, but I need to let you know that it looks like I'm having some kind of DNS issue, and I may actually vanish soon. I will be back as soon as I can. I do not yet know what's going on, but I'm hoping to have it fixed within the next couple minutes. But if I vanish, I know I'm leaving you in able hands and a jaw that does not stop talking.
I take all of that as an absolute compliment. We hope that you get your stuff resolved soon, because you're the brains, I'm the charisma. It is A-okay. If worse comes to worse and you want to hear me shut up, I can always tell our MC for the day, Brasiah, to come on. And now that I've said it out loud, if that happens, he can't contest it. Until then, I'll be keeping you up to date on the action. Mezzo Libre coming down for Swellzong. Tenchu responding with that mid-lane Soma Oasis. And now everything that comes from Swellzong's hand will be complemented by that Dashing Ringmaster and have Rush. Ooh, a third Mesa Viatiku to replace the one that was sacrificed earlier. I am excited to see what Tenchu does to answer this board. While it doesn't look like it is terribly threatening on the surface, if answers don't start coming down, Swellzong will be able to continue to draw to their heart's content. And that is not a place that you want to let a player like this, with a deck like this, be.
I am so stupid. I think I'm good.
To the first part of that, I've known you for a while. It's all right. Not any surprise. To the second part, I hope it is as simple as you're making it sound.
So, my setup when we do this is that I watch the game on one laptop that I've got the mic hooked up to and all of that. And then I've got a second laptop hooked up to a TV. So I've got like the two laptop displays and the TV. And I keep my stat sheets and stuff on the second laptop off to the side with Twitch chat pulled up on that TV. The laptop that I do all of the side stuff on disconnected, but the one that I watched the game on didn't. So I was baffled. I was still talking in the call, and I was still able to see the game, so I could have continued commentating, but I thought it was going to lose connection soon, and I hadn't noticed that all I did was disconnect the second laptop. That's why I lost Twitch chat.
Hey. Well, I'm glad you're able to figure it out. I'm glad you didn't have to leave me alone too long, and I'm sure that all of our viewers who have their sound turned on are just as appreciative that my incessant jibber-jabbering will be cut in between by some technical knowledge from yourself. So, glad to have you stick around, my guy. Oh, another temptation! Now we're going to see some rush kills from Tenchu onto Swellzong's side of the field, and immediately taking two minions and turning them into zero. We've got two left on the other side that aren't that big of a threat right now. And that Frecky Huntress just waiting for their prey to show themselves outside of the club.
Even having seen game one, I still don't know how I expect this match to play out, because Tenchu's deck is so unlike anything I've seen.
I'm glad you said it. I did not want to sound even more ridiculous. Oh, Swellzong coming back in with that Harvester, gaining the additional life and putting a little bit of a clock on Tenchu. With only 20 hit points remaining, they will disappear very quickly in the face of that 6-attack giant mech. I don't even know what to call this thing. They have it labeled as a Flora minion, but it's this giant mech corn monstrosity. It would make Optimus Prime very proud because of the Transformers look. Speaking of transforming, Frecky Huntress slays Mezzalibre and becomes the Awakened Huntress, just tasting the blood, and now we are on a rampage of life-stealing, alpha-striking, swift movement. Whew! That is a dangerous lady right there.
Okay. So we do see 2 gems apiece on 6, which is good. That's ideal in a deck like this. You don't want to be too heavy on 1 gem.
My brain has clicked, by the way, on why this deck is called Trident. Doing some math here in between with a little bit of the downtime in talking. If my learning from you, oh my gosh, Sapo, I'm cut off by this ridiculousness. This guy never ceases to amaze.
Sapo smash.
Oh man,
So good.
I think the name Trident comes in on Tenchu's deck. This is where the deck wants to be when it comes to power. Mana. Goodness gracious, man.
Gigantomachia.
So that's the danger in playing so many big, strong, tough boys and girls, is Gigantomachia can come down and just chain gun them all to death immediately.
So quickly,
Tenchu's
I want to get back to the name of this deck, but I do want to point out Swellzong made an excellent play not activating that Maze of Iatiku. Letting it gain up the additional health. Because Tenchu has no ignitions in deck, it was completely safe to let it gain the additional health and not die out.
Excellent observation. So Tenchu's, the name of this deck, we're going to get there before something crazy happens. Trident, the deck wants to have 6 mana and 2 of each gem. That is a perfect that's a perfect trio, 3 prongs of the weapon. That's where the deck wants to be. The moment it gets to 6 mana and or 2 of each gem color is the position that it wants to be in, and I think that is the backing behind the name Trident for this deck.
Yeah. Quite possibly. We'll have to ask Tenchu about that. Especially if Tenchu wins this week. I want to get to sit down and talk with Tenchu about this deck because it is neat.
And not to discount what Swellzong is, we spend a lot of time speculating on Tenchu's deck, and that's just because it's kind of this great mystery, but Swellzong bringing a spectacular deck in as well. We see the Fawn of Decay coming in to threaten the Soma Oasis, and then the Wings of Abaddon uncontested on the far side of the field over there. It's going to continue to just pound through unless it gets answered, and the Einhajar Thane making a very quick stomp over to get in front of and then ultimately destroy that Wings of Abaddon.
This game was explosive a minute ago. Man, we had Sapo and a Gigantomachia. Like, that's... Oh, I like this matchup.
Can't ask for much more outside of Ghoul coming down. Oh, look what just
Valhalla
happened.
too.
Yep, Junkyard Valhalla followed by this transformed football or American football player is what I have been attributing it to. That just could be my American bias coming through, but definitely used to be a man, now this undead monstrosity that feeds on the enemy, continuing to banish anything in the graveyard that it sees fit if it doesn't want to try and get in some extra damage. What do you think about this move? Do you think that Junkyard Valhalla is more of a threat to Swellzong's play than Soma Oasis is?
Oh, absolutely. Soma Oasis extends the game in the sense that the minion played on it can't die on the initial swing back. But then Soma Oasis stops doing much. Valhalla, if left unchecked, is going to continue to play back all of these minions that keep dying. And it's going to extend the game at like...
Indefinitely.
Yeah, it's insanely valuable extending the game as much as Valhalla does. and Soma Oasis extends the game less. So you need to go contest that instead.
I fully and 100% agree with that breakdown. Ghoul coming down, taking out that Maze of Iatiku, saying no more value for you, Swellzong. And then that is a big Wings of Abaddon that cannot die for the next turn, at least from straight damage. Yeah, Junkyard Valhalla, we see a lot of use of the reanimate power. We see a lot of use of the Journey of Souls path. Junkyard Valhalla just does what both of those do, better, faster, stronger. Turn 4, you just start generating these ephemeral minions, and as long as you can keep that flow going into your Boneyard, maybe you take the sacrifices and stuff to do that, you keep bringing them back out. And like you said, it can go on infinitely if you don't have a way to deal with it.
Yeah, definitely. And I like getting to play Wings of Abaddon on Soma Oasis. Oftentimes, you just use Wings as a kill spell. But playing it on Soma Oasis lets you just use it to push damage and then use it as a kill spell.
Yeah, playing it on Soma Oasis just gives it that activated power for free. It can gain immortal. It can gain immortal anytime you want it to, but when you can play it and you don't have to worry about it, it's even better.
One cool thing that actually comes up in this deck is if you get a low impact minion back off the Valhalla and don't want to keep it, you can actually sack it to the Wings and open the Valhalla again.
And generate that value with the Wings. You sack it, it gains immortal, you get rid of the minion that you didn't want. But I think Tenshu's probably going to stick with this Awakened Huntress.
Definitely.
Strictly because it is such a threat. And we could be witnessing a nice swing here. Swellzong only has 3 cards in hand. We are going to continue to see the serpents pouring out of the den, but is that enough to stop that overwhelming damage, that overrunning damage from Wings of Abaddon and the uncontested Awakened Huntress?
I do want to cut in quickly to give an update on the matches we have ongoing. Decadent 1-2-0, Noctis 1-2-0 on Valthus. Den and Basta, looks like if the match is finished, they haven't added it into Battle Fight yet. And then Swellzong Tenshu is 1-0 to Tenshu at the moment.
We just saw a 7-ring ritual and a blood moon come down while you were talking.
I back in the field.
The field is full of a bunch of life tap demon spawn and one lonely snake. And how does Tenshu come through with this here? Firesong Prodigy, a solid start to start taking care of these problems. Seal of Exile as well, an even better answer. Essentially a field wipe in this position. You love to see that. But wow, what a play.
No, this is almost lethal.
And something to note here for anybody who's new to watching the MWO, whether it's in Twitch live with us right now or on YouTube in the replay, you may be wondering why there was no cards drawn. Well, Seal of Exile says banish. It does not say destroy. So Demise never comes into effect for all that card draw that should have come from Blood Moon.
Yeah, Seal of Exile and Temptation both have picked up so much play in the last few weeks.
I don't know how Swellzong recovers from this board state. I'm not doubting their immense amount of skill, but we're looking at the threat of not only 5 very capable minions, but also that exposed ignition in the hand is just, it says you have to play multiple things that have significant effect to do something here. Magnamatar, definitely the card that would answer that.
Yeah. What was that you said just like 10 seconds ago?
How are they going to find a way out? Well, on the back of a molten elemental Minotaur is definitely the way to do just that.
So I guess you could say, following the game 1 loss, Swelzong was not looking to lose quite yet, as he still had some beef with Tenchu.
Oh, man. I thought you were going to take that in another direction. You did even worse by just punning it out hard. I hate you so much sometimes. And if you're wondering where the chemistry between Noah and myself come from, we spend way too much time commentating everything that we see together throughout the week and in different parts of the weekend. The opportunity to take shots or throw puns back and forth never missed by myself or
It's
Noah.
not by choice. I'm locked in his basement. Please help me.
FBI, please don't come. You're not locked in the basement. One of the people running this tournament may very well be, though.
So I don't know that I like the ignition. Oh, the season change. You had to ignition to not lose the 5-2. Okay. I was looking at that and thinking, man, I'm not positive.
Yeah, how about you pay attention and we won't have these problems? If you didn't catch that, by the way, during the breakdown of why the play was made the way it was, Hecate's wheel coming down below Awakened Huntress, locking down that dead man's eyes. Again, not a slouch when it comes to an enchantment. Regardless of what you may or may not think about it, the value there would have been exceptional for Swelzong because the hand getting very light. But Magmatar moving over to the sacrificial altar will force through damage if it goes unanswered. Oh, and a Harvester, and a Fawn of
So
Decay.
good at this point. Oh, wow. Swelzong had, like, the ideal combination of plays just now. That is just what you want to see in that position. Oh, no.
Oh, but Tenchu
Papa Magnus.
Tenchu says, can you handle a Norden god?
That's game.
Yeah, I don't think
Papa
you can.
Magnus. 2-0 to Tenchu.
And the Trident has struck. And it has struck home, and it has struck hard.
Wow. So Den and Bossa still haven't put anything on Battlefy. Let me take a quick look at that and see if we can get an update. Okay, it looks like Bosta is up 1-0, so we'll be jumping on with Denwop and Bosta in Game 2.
As production catches up and gets there, I'm looking at this Chort Stag populating a Bald Mountain and then opposed by Den's double parry at the gates on 2 desert enchantments, one of which is... Oh, excuse me. I apologize. 1 desert enchantment and 1 Zergian hideout. And we just missed a temptation play of some kind. But they have a lot of hit points left, even with how deep into this game we are. 10 turns or more at this point. And as you can see, there is that archive copy that has hit the field.
I like the seal.
Yep, that gives us some insight into cards that have been played before. The seal, a solid play. Always good to just get rid of 1 unit, but when you can 2 for 1, you are in a much better position. And now Chortstag in a significantly better place to try and deal with this archive copy of the Golem and this nasty little insurgent that's trying to sneak in and get some damage. The activation of Bald Mountain and the use immediately of the Detain spell to drop the insurgent's power or attack down back to 1.
Now, we do still see that Hulkin and Denwop's hand, though.
We do, and now it doesn't have... Half of the board is essentially locked out to place it. You do not want to put a giant mech up against a deadly witch.
Even if you didn't have the witch to contend with, I still don't know that you want to oppose the stag with it, because the stag only takes, it can't one-shot the stag, because stag takes multiple attacks to get past it.
A bigger, nastier Yahui with a lot of threat behind it. That terrifying face is not just a terrifying face. That body is something to heavily consider. And we see here the Dark Passenger allows a 1 damage to sneak through and silence the demonic stag.
And we did see both
And
of these
Denwop
decks today,
saying,
at least
"Look,
once.
You want to try and have these enchantments, this Bald Mountain? Well, my Enchant Eater can take care of that."
Yeah, now Boston needs to out the 2/6, which, I mean, you can put it back in hand, but that only slows it.
Very greedy from Denwop's side of the field. Wants to be the only one playing enchantments here. Doesn't like their opponent trying to do this kind of stuff. The Mavka still locked down, stunned out by this Mezzo Libre, and the Enchant Eater sent right back to the hand from Basta.
Yeah, you can't let that go off. And we do see the Windish Giant. That's cool. I still don't know how I feel about Windish Giant. I talked to Basta this week about last week's deck and changes that they would be making.
I don't know if I'm experiencing some technical difficulties or if Noah is, but I cannot hear him, so I hope I'm not talking over him right now.
One moment, we seem to be having an issue.
Hopefully chat will let me know. Oh, I am. All right.
Hello.
Hey, I figured it out. I apologize for that.
What I was talking about was my discussions with Basta this week about the usefulness of Windish Giant. And I'm still not sold on it. Basta is a fan. I don't like do-nothing minions, if you will. I want some kind of ability on them. And with few exceptions, like Living Mountain being, what is it, an 8-mana 12/12? I don't think that Windish Giant quite puts up that level of value at its cost. And so I'm not sold on it, but Basta seems to be a fan of it. I'm anxious to see how that opinion changes following this week's MWO. To see if the opinion changes even. You know, does Basta say, yeah, I like this, I'm going to keep playing it? And if not, what goes in its place?
Until we get to that point, we're going to see this second Windish Giant come down, populate the Bald Mountain again, and that puts Temptation within the reach of Basta to be able to bring it back out and use it again. Putting it to good use, grabbing that Enchant Eater, getting rid of not only a Dust Devil, but also the Desert Enchantment that it had with it.
To anyone that may have joined just within the last couple minutes, this is game 2 of Basta and Denwop. Basta won game 1. If I'm not mistaken. Yes. So Basta is up 1-0 on Denwop. And it's about time to be looking at time extensions, potentially. Let me take a look at that.
I was just about to ask where we stood. My clock showing that it's getting very close. But Den looking to try and close this game out, bringing down the Universal Hulkin, and we have the Windish Giant getting smaller and smaller thanks to the Blight 2 that has been placed upon it. Thanks entirely to Poxbringer, a card that was not very high on anybody's list starting out, but as Blight was discovered to be an incredible momentum swing, has become more and more popular with each passing week.
Okay, we have gone into the 15-minute time extension now.
The tombs are being raided, minions are being banished, and cards are being drawn. Basta looking to find some answers to the multiple threats that are down on Den's side of the field. Still a lot of life to get through for both of them. 33 hit points on Den, 28 on Basta.
To give a quick update, anyone who has not had a chance to watch the MWO in the past and maybe doesn't know about how we handle this extension I just talked about, when time is called, we give a 15-minute extension to all ongoing matches. At the end of that 15-minute extension, if the game has not been decided, the game is decided by the highest life total when the time is called. That game will go down as it would on Battlefy, and will be what decides the match. Should that game cause a match to be in a tie, then in Swiss it goes down as a tie, but in Top Cut, because you don't tie in Top Cut, that match actually has one final game played in full, and that game decides the match.
The format for time has worked out very well in the last 11 weeks of the Mythgard Weekly Open. If you have some ideas and recommendations for what could possibly get more people to play, you're all welcome to join the Mythgard Weekly Open official Discord. We discuss rules and changes that we may make to the MWO. Hot topic recently has been, with the advent of Q mode and the inclusion of purple cards, should we be using Q mode for upcoming tournaments? Oh, we see a Universal Hulkin that gets snagged.
Yes, we do. We've not only had the discussion about Q mode, but we've had quite the discussion about open deck lists too. Because at the moment we do allow open deck list play, and we actually give all deck lists out a day in advance. The events begin at 11 a.m. and deck lists will be submitted at 11 a.m. one day ahead of the event. You have between about 11:15 when I get done compiling them and the event beginning to actually just look at those lists. And I've seen a lot of people who use that time to queue up against those lists in client, because you can like set the bot on a specific deck, and I've seen people doing that, and it's kind of neat to see. But with the advent of stealth, the discussion is being had about continuing to allow open deck lists as they kind of mitigate the idea of stealth, which was obviously designed with a best of one, no open deck list style of play.
Did you see that Armageddon Angel? Yeah.
Cutting me off as I was finishing up anyway. Wow.
As we recover from that immense Armageddon Angel hitting the field, we said all of that to say, and we will reiterate, please come hang out in the Mythgard Weekly Open Discord. Even if you can't play in the tournaments, we would love your feedback on open deck lists with the advent of stealth, the use of Q mode to put everybody on a little bit more of an even field and see those purple cards a little bit sooner. We'd love your feedback, and we take everything into account while we're discussing. So come on over and hang out with us a little bit over the course of the next week before MWO 12. We are taking next week off for a little break, but we will come back the following week bigger, better, and stronger, just like this Kolobok is going to make Basta's mana pool.
Yeah, we actually all ended up busy on the day of the next MWO, so we went ahead and made the decision to call it off. We'll even all be in the same town, but I won't be seeing you.
You don't think you will. So after the wipe of the field by Armageddon Angel, we have, of course, the Armageddon Angel still sits at 11-6. It's currently staring down the first rendition of the Digital Golem, and then if that one dies, you'll obviously have the archive copy, and then Basta sitting on that grinning Kolobok, trying to build up an even more immense mana pool. In the post-turn 10 world, that value can just be insane, especially if Basta can keep their hand populated.
Now, being in time kind of changes how you play this out. If it was like time is about to be called, Basta could scoop out, get into the new game, and then play that new game out in time. But with it being in time, if Basta just like flat scoops now, it's just going to end the match in a tie. So Basta needs to find a way to win this.
I agree. While you don't want to lose, and again get that tie, it's always better to just lock in that win and guarantee your advancement through the brackets. And a Grinning Kolobok by himself isn't going to do it, but Seal of Exile to stop 11 damage from coming through will absolutely help, considering there's no true threats now on Den's side of the field. And here's a scenario we talked about last week. Multiple copies of the Kolobok down now. But not a lot of cards in Basta's hand to be able to put all that extra mana to good use, necessarily. At least at this point in time. And every step that this game takes gets us closer and closer to pulling the plug. So it'll be interesting to see what plays through here.
Yeah, Denwop with a lot of hand advantage, but not any good ways to push the game out yet.
I think with the play of that white Kadeho, Den's just looking to stay afloat, give Basta this wall of hit points to have to try and grind through, and you're not going to do that only threatening 5 damage on your side of the board. And you know, 4 of that damage is currently blocked by the advent of this clay effigy statue, and of course that one of those 2 white Kadehos. Some serious inspection going on from Basta, deciding it is indeed time to bring out another one of these terrifying angels. This one, Kushiel the Unforgiving. That's Slayer 2, and then getting another actions after killing minions. That's when we start to see this thing bounce around and kill just about everything that it can get its hands on.
I just pulled a Kushiel myself like 2 days ago.
Feels good,
out of the
weekly
challenge packs.
I'll be interested to see. I love the weekly challenges. I love all of the codes that we're getting. I think the Discord 4000 code is still active if you have not redeemed for your 5 packs, thanks to Rhino Games. I'll be interested to see how much the devs continue to give away after the wipe occurs. While I'm not doubting that it will remain extremely generous,
wow.
I do think it'll slow down some. That double benediction
this has
is
just
a great
been
way to end the
Denwop's
game.
way to win all the games we've seen them play today.
It's a stellar win condition. Benediction is not a card that a lot of people put faith in when we were talking about it weeks ago. I think Den is trying to turn that around and make it a card that's heavily considered. Because who needs the attack on your minions if you're winning the game, right? I think we're checking final standings now. Obviously, we were in that time extension stance with that last matchup that we saw. But once we have everything put together, we will pair up, we'll bracket out the final round of Swiss, and we will start working our way towards the top cut and that sweet, sweet second bonus spoiler, thanks entirely to Rhino Games and their magnanimous stance on supporting not only the MWO every week with prizes and, of course, spoilers, but supporting the community and giving us what we want. Spoiler season should never have a down day, and we're going to have 2 spoilers today to couple up with those 6 that we got throughout the week.
So, a quick update as we get things finalized and settled. Looks like Swellzong is actually bowing out.
We hope that everything is all right with Swellzong. You see here your chance to look at all of the spoilers that have been revealed over the course of Purple spoiler season, the old PSS. Misfortune, obviously, the first spoiler that we revealed on the Mythgard Weekly Open today. 3 Shinobi, Fire, Wind, and Smoke. Taco Bell. Oh, excuse me, Time Bell. The reference to Taco Bell. Of course, the Lort and the Mimic. So many very cool cards, and I cannot wait to show you this other spoiler that we have coming up soon as well. Definitely falls into the awesome cards. And it looks like we are back coming into our final round of Swiss before we head into the top 4 cut for the MWO 11. No, we've seen some exciting action. We have a fantastic match coming up in the form of Decadent Hamster versus Nakas.
Potentially. Double checking this. We've had to fix matchups a few times now because we'd get it set up and then someone would say, hey, I need to cut out. And we get set up again and someone else needed to go. So we've okay, no, it has stayed the same. So we do have, go ahead and let us know about this match we have coming up because it has managed to stay the same.
Oh, well, that's fantastic news. If nothing but from the grace of Parsa, we're going to get to see a slugfest. Decadent Hamster's Vamps versus Nakas' Desert Blue. So 2, again, very aggressive decks. Decadent Hamster going to be grinding up, building that hit point base, but Nakas taking that more tempoed, that paced route, trying to get to things like Herald of War, Armageddon Angel, and has put those Marty Core to fantastic use. And one of these players, Nakas, still where I'm at, sitting on those Temptations that we've seen do so much work this week. What do you think about Decadent Hamster and the Lord Valentine deck in this matchup against Nakas?
I am excited to see this matchup play out. I think it might come down to if we see Valentine hit the field. I think Decadent may have a tough time dealing with Nakas' deck if Valentine's not out. But I think with Valentine, the additional damage push that it gives you is so big that you'll be able to close out the game.
Absolutely. And this match is to put somebody into the top cut guaranteed. It is what we call a bubble match. And the showing here is something we talked about a little bit earlier. One of those fun facts about this week's MWO is that the average deck cost has gone down. We see 2 decks that are just hovering in that 15,000 essence range when we saw decks in the high 20s and 30s last week. We see the Parsa regulars in Nakas' deck, the most popular card, but red being that most popular color represented by Decadent Hamster. So we have a ton of the facts from our fact sheet coming into play in this very specific match.
Yeah, we do. It's so neat to see as the decks change on, so much on a week basis. That week to week, you don't know what you'll find. We could have stuff like decks that we've seen in the past coming back and finding success completely out of the blue. And then also seeing new decks show up and do well, to even seeing some decks that we thought would be the deck to beat, dealing with some of those new and old decks and not dealing with them well and just kind of falling flat.
Yeah, it's one of the cool things about being invited to participate in this alpha, this closed friends and family alpha. We see stuff shift so quickly because the player base is so small. People are doing this experimentation. We talked a little bit about red last week. Only something like 4.5% of the cards in the entirety of the MWO last week were red. This week, 36 and change % of the cards. So a substantial jump to nearly 1/3 of everything in the game, of everything in the MWO this week being in that red color.
Yeah, it's such a huge change on a week-to-week basis. Like that's the kind of shift that's usually endemic of a change in time. You see it build to that point. It's not just a sudden boom, this has happened type thing. But absolutely, I think we've got games going on, so we will be jumping in.
Nakas and his beautiful blue card back with that Mythgard Just that fantastic patterning from the back on the back of that card, and then Decadent Hamster, as we talked about before, very, very correctly themed card back for all the blood that is being drained and drank by all of those vampires and demons. And we see Nakas setting up very quickly with the inclusion of the Dust Devil and the eager recruits. That Parcel recruit obviously revealed as well because of the gain to the hand that the opponent will know. Decadent Hamster starting out with that Strigoi Pureblood. A little bit of a delay, some choices to be made. What does Nakas burn? Choosing to burn the other copy of Dust Devil that was in the hand, and getting down not only the Zergian hideout, but able to drop that eager recruit on top of it as well. Hand very full now of insurgents and Parsa recruits. And this is where it gets scary. That Frecky Huntress, Nakas does not want to see turn into the Awakened Huntress. That gain not only of stat line, but also gaining that life tap. That it makes a very difficult wall to pass for Nakas.
Yes, it does.
Do you think, I was thinking about this, we have a lot of these new the new minion types and the new card types in the form of items. Do you think we'll see some more Jinn come into play in the purple set, since we only have, I think, 3 right now?
That would be cool. I would enjoy that. I don't know that I'd be willing to quite comment on if it's going to happen, but I would like it.
Yeah, it's hard. The Far East mythos doesn't have a lot of things that are analogous with Jinn, but if anybody can figure out how to do it, it would be the Rhino development and story team. And we do see, speaking of developments, that Huntress is now awakened, and this is going to be difficult for the 4 cards that we see revealed in Nakas' hand. That the 3 hit points on Awakened Huntress coupled up with that Alpha Strike is tough, and then just pounding minions in, gaining all that life for Decadent Hamster. These life point totals will not stay the same for very long. And the tough choice from Nakas having to sacrifice
finally
out that
getting
Dust Devil.
blue.
Yep, getting where they want it to be. That blue gem, very important, but not required to play this Marticore.
And now with just 1 blue gem having been made and an open hand, we see that Nakas just didn't have blue.
There it is. Decadent Hamster knows exactly what's going to happen here. Decides anyway to take care of that Marticore, sacrifice that Awakened Huntress, and use that Ichor Feast to draw some extra cards. Such a cost-effective spell, especially when you're gaining so much life. Spending 3 mana and 3 life to draw 3 cards is a trade-off that they will gladly make, as they will continue to gain back those lost hit points with life tap. And we'll see Nakas fill up the board. It doesn't matter how big these recruits, whether they're just eager, coming from the population, or straight out of Parsa, they're going to come onto the field, and they all may be weak, but when they band together, Decadent Hamster has some serious thought to put in behind it. And remember, this is the last round of Swiss. We're going to be going to the top cut in the semifinals after this. What's so funny?
Hizaj is back in the Twitch chat and lamenting at the fact that the caps lock is in full swing. It is nice to see you again, Hizaj. We've missed you the last few weeks.
A staple in the MWO, whether it's watching or participating, Hizaj, a big part of the small alpha community for the Mythgard and Mythgard Weekly Open in general. So yes, it is indeed. It's fantastic to see you. And Decadent Hamster taking the time to move and attack more appropriately. Also getting down that Firesong Prodigy, giving access to the ignition to clear out the right or the side of Nakas' board there. Now there's only 4 minions left to deal with, but there's 5 more waiting in the wings.
Decadent looking to just kind of stop some of the damage on this side. I think the 1-1 goes into the Agile, the 2-1 goes to the 2-2, 5 damage goes face, and you open the hideout. That sounds good to me.
Yeah, this is a position that Nakas wants to be in. Even with, again, all these very small minions, the more pressure you can put on Decadent Hamster and this deck stops them from gaining a bunch of life and stops
we have
them
Blood
from
Moon
stabilizing.
up at the moment, though.
Yeah.
So even now, the life gain's going to be coming into effect.
And potentially more important, the multiple demises giving the card draw from Blood Moon as well.
Yeah, given the context of the Blood Moon being up, I like the decision not to attack.
I completely agree. You keep the pressure on, you don't allow them to get the extra cards.
Well, and you know that in Decadent's deck, we don't have any kind of big sweeping effect. So you can go wide like this and go unpunished. Even if Decadent was playing the best of the sweeping effects that would be available in this deck in Gigantomachia, it doesn't do much against a token deck like this. We don't have Singing Stones in play yet, and we don't have big stat lines. So even if the Gigantomachia was in the list, which it's not, it would be dead at this point. So I like the choice to not make the attack and give a bunch of life in top decks that you didn't need to give.
And there's one of your favorite, very simple combination interactions. Taking that desert and turning it into an oasis to get that free card draw. Keep Nakas' hand populated. And we're going to see as much of the field taken care of as Nakas can stand. With Decadent Hamster sitting on only 1 card and the Dashing Ringmaster gone, Nakas feels that it is safe to get rid of the Magnus for now to get that last blue gem needed to keep the deck online and pacing the way that it wants to be. We also saw Decadent Hamster telling his Duskwing Angel to run, get away from that empowered insurgent there. That 4/3 Immortal takes care of a Duskwing Angel very quickly, and Decadent Hamster looking to start gaining some hit points back from the life tap on Duskwing Angel and not be nearly as threatened. Ooh, that's painful, in my opinion. Having to use that Panic Raider just as a removal for one of the many tokens that Nakas has been putting down, not gaining that additional bonus of the card draw on the back of the Panic Raider.
I've got a bit of a visual glitch. I've got to jump out and back in.
Oh, that's all right. All you missed was the impel movement and destruction of a Duskwing Angel by a recruit, and then a dropping of the massive tailroot worm onto the Soma Oasis.
The casual setting down of the 7/7.
The immortal 7/7, mind you. And as of right now, we have a race on our hands. 6 damage from Decadent Hamster threatened, 7 from the worm on Noctis' side of the field, and just the continued flow of minions into Noctis' hand. Oh, excuse me, an 8/8 Tailroot Worm now, thanks to the advent of Singing Stone. Great compliment there. It has to sit, that Tailroot Worm has to sit on an enchantment. You might as well play Singing Stone and double up on the benefits of sitting there.
Man, this is gonna be such an odd end game, I think.
The players are doing a great job of chipping away at one another, and there's kind of this back and forth, almost pendulum swing of who has the advantage. Decadent Hamster with that Dashing Ringmaster keeping everything moving much quicker, and then that Awakened Huntress has the Alpha Strike, so it can do a solid job of protecting the Ringmaster from a bunch of stuff, especially if they don't have Rush to try and get in there quick. Ooh, and an Ignition. Why fight if you can just Ignition and take care of those minions? Blood Moon as well, gaining cards, gaining life, and this swing is going to be big. Decadent Hamster now at 24 total, while Noctis is only at 11. But
that was a lot of moving pieces.
Yeah, a ton going on there. But Noctis is going to be able to answer pretty quickly with this Tailroot Worm. Ooh, and a Demolition Speedway coming down to threaten even... Oh my gosh.
That happened.
That is a big, pissed off dragon right there. 9/7 overrun, buffed up not only by its inherent power of sitting on an enchantment, but that Singing Stone still getting the extra buff in there because of it sitting on the enchantment as well. And then Dust Devil, even if it didn't get placed down where it did, would bring that enchantment with it.
Now you just gotta suck the life out of this thing. Decadent. I'm gonna contest it with a Howling Abyssal. You gotta just make the dual attack.
And you still keep your Awakened
And you do
Huntress
damage
alive.
still as well.
Yeah. That Alpha Strike comes through. You're able to sneak in 2 with the Dashing Ringmaster.
Well, and the Howling Abyssal damage goes in as well.
Oh, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, you actually put in a decent bit of damage this way.
It makes that trade-off much more palatable when it is essentially overrunning 4 damage because your opponent had so many hit points still.
You think that was top decked? Like maybe it came out of the blue?
Oh my gosh, don't do that to me. The Marticore, I think, was indeed drawn, though, and could not have asked for better, considering this situation. That's a great way to get rid of Ringmaster. It cannot be protected from those spikes, at least not in this deck.
Man, now I want some wings. Thanks a lot. I could kill a plate of wings today when we get done.
Only today when we get done, huh? It's not a standard fare for
I
you?
could kill a plate of wings most times.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I have my eyes on some brisket that has been marinating. So I'm gonna cook that up myself.
Joined us in Twitch chat as well. Nice to see you. A lot of people who haven't quite had the time to play the last few weeks, still finding time to at least pop in and say hello in Twitch chat. And that's always nice to see.
It just goes back to how great this community is. As it grows, there's a lot of good examples of how to interact amongst all these people. So pay attention, make some friends. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the MVP for this tournament in general right now has been this Awakened Huntress. We've seen it time and time again just continue to do work, and it's no shortage of value generated in just this game of the series for the last round of Swiss.
Yeah, and I want to go look at Nox's deck list. One moment.
And that is the end. A nice close finish.
Oddly enough,
right there.
Nox's deck is not a slide deck. I thought with 6 enchantments down, blue open, we might be seeing a slide come down to steal that. But not playing slide.
I'd like to get their insight onto why. I can understand that you're not looking to win on the back of the enchantments, so maybe didn't have the room for slide. Or it could be something as simple as I didn't have the essence to craft a slide and I don't have, or craft slides and I don't have them in my collection, which is fine. Again, we're in that closed alpha. Naucus, I don't know how long they've been in the game, but it is not unheard of to not have access to some of these cards yet. Another point possibly in the favor of playing in Q mode when we do have access to it. And we're going to come into Game 2. It feels like a really long Game 1. So Game 2 of this series between Deccan and Hamster and Naucus. And it starts off very similarly to how it started last time.
And as we lead into it, we do have a couple announcements. We have Basta defeating Vinyl 2-0. And Tenchu being up 1-0 on Denwap at the moment. So things beginning to kind of shake out as we look to make this top cut.
And remember, once we get into the semifinals, we'll go over a couple of more stats before we start the semifinal matches. But once those have come to a conclusion, before we do the finals, we have one more spoiler to show you all and to talk about. And our winners this week vying for 100 packs that have been donated by Rhino Games, and if they hold on to them, they could have live copies of these cards that we're spoiling in purple when those are released. Oh, what do you mean by that?
So one of the updates we got this week is that it is looking like it is highly likely that they will only be available in Q mode, and we won't actually have that available outside of Q mode until beta.
Ooh. Well, that is just fine as well. Those packs still very valuable. Lets you fill out your collection to be able to play on the ladder.
Yeah, the pack count is still. I think total we have up to 112 to give out. A lot of packs available in the MWO. But we cannot hold them like I initially thought we could.
All the more reason to get up to level 15 or to be active in the community so that you are deemed worthy of getting access to Q mode. Obviously, heavy consideration to all previous MWO contestants to get access to Q mode, especially if it becomes a requirement for a few of the MWO tournaments in the future.
Yeah, if we choose to go that way, we have been told that just if you don't have access to Q mode but wish to play in the MWO and we decide to go with Q mode, you can simply ask one of the devs to hook you up with Q mode, let them know that you'll be playing in the MWO, and you will be getting access to Q mode that way.
Ooh, and something we see very rarely, a double ignition to take care of a parse of regulars. Decadent Hamster deciding that is absolutely the line that has to be taken to stem the flow of all these units, or all these minions from Noctis.
And I've got a bit of a visual bug. I keep having an issue with the token that just does not go away. I'm jumping back in now.
Well, you're going to come... Every time you leave, a tail root worm hits the field. So stop doing it. Decadent Hamster going to blame you for having to deal with all these tail root worms that keep showing up every
He's
time
up
you back
1-0,
out.
so that I guess I get that too. Also because of me.
That's completely on the back of Decadent Hamster, an extremely skilled and well-versed tournament player.
Tomato, tomato.
And again,
at the end of the day, it's always me that's winning.
Well, not
until
if you're
you
casting.
meet up with me in game, and then I'm like, because I do a lot of losing.
Look, losing is just another way to gain experience, but Noctis keeping that tailroot worm just barely alive after that fawn takes care of the speedway, and Decadent Hamster staring down a much more manageable board now.
Yeah, the combination of Demolition Speedway, Singing Stone, and the 2/2 while occupying an enchantment is it's so much additive damage. It's an additional 5 attack you have to contest.
Too bad there are Minotaur that are made of lava and rock that can just deal with that kind of stuff anyway after the initial work has been put in. And I do love to see, when I play these token decks, especially the style of token deck that Noctis is playing, that just keep repopulating, I just find myself continually calling out, I need reinforcements, and they show up. And it's doing the same for Noctis here. Just always has the ability to repopulate the field.
Yeah, this kind of unending flow of bodies that these minion decks have access to. It can be obnoxious at times.
But Decadent Hamster has a deck built to kind of deal with that, you know, that has no problem sacrificing the smaller vampires, you know, the form of the Strigoi Purebloods, the Strigoi Pups. And half of them have this life tap on them, so it feels like a very advantageous trade to bounce them into these recruits and these conscripts and just all these little zealots that keep popping up.
Yeah, because like each time you go even with one like this and gaining the life, you get to soak up an attack that effectively isn't hitting you in a way. So it's actually a decent way to combat the go wide advantage that a lot of these token decks look to gain, because it gives you sustainability to get into the late game and look to go above them.
And I want to point out a really heads-up play from Decadent Hamster. Because they didn't take that attack, Noctis' Marticore wasn't able to assist in clearing the field. It just stemmed the flow of minions. The Decadent Hamster being very smart and now utilizing that forced clear to populate the entire side of his board with 7 Hellions from the 7 Ring Ritual. And yet again, a point where we want to have that animation special for locking in all 7. Seal of Exile. Again, it happened again. That's twice in the MWO that we've seen that.
If it's not Temptation, it's Seal. It's like they always.
And
the most
Fire
inevitable
Song
things
Prodigy
of the day feel like Maze of Itiku on 1, Seal of Exile on a Hellion, and Temptation winning a game. Those all seem to be collectively the theme of this week's MWO.
Something to consider with the week off next week. A lot of practice can go into figuring out the best way to combat those decks. And one of the advents of the Mythgard client is you can watch all of your fellow community members play. So even testing is sometimes dangerous. We might see some people logging in at odd hours to try and get some games in and test out some of the best ways to deal with those combinations that you just outlined.
Let's see if we can get an update on matches. As we mentioned, the 2-0 to Basta on vinyl. Tenchu Denwop still showing as 1-0 in Battlefy. So that match is still going on, as is this one. And then the top cut will be decided. We'll have a quick stat segment. Wings of Abaddon put in some damage, but we'll have a quick stat segment. Come back with the semifinals. And then what do we have planned following the semifinal?
Following the semifinals, we have been granted by our Rhino overlords a second spoiler for the Mythgard Weekly Open. And I cannot express to you, the first one that we showed, Misfortune, fantastic. Recurring spell damage if you're not able to kill minions. This spoiler that is coming up is going to spur a lot of conversation, and it's going to, when it is out and we're using Q mode to do these tournaments, it is going to set a precedent that
if we use
massive.
Q-mode.
If we use Q mode, yep.
I think, and I have been avoiding saying this too much, talking about it too much publicly yet. I think it is likely we use Q mode, but we have not officially committed to doing so yet.
We're still taking all commentary and objections to either the use of or the exclusion of Q mode. And you can have that conversation with us in the Mythgard Weekly Open official Discord. We would love to hear your thoughts and which one you would rather see and which would encourage you to play more in the Mythgard Weekly Open. The inclusion of or the exclusion of Q mode and purple cards before the beta.
Yeah, one of my initial points of hesitation in doing so was what seemed to be semi-exclusivity of Q mode. But with the commitment that we did see this week of the dev teams saying if someone wants Q mode to play in the MWO, they would have active Q mode, I think it is likely we go that path. And that just boils down to, we discussed some of the potential downsides as we saw them, and the dev team saying we can help with that, which has kind of been the theme of not just what we've done with the MWO, but the community as a whole. You say, hey, this is kind of what I'm thinking, and the devs do a good job of saying, yeah, we can see that. They can, they may say, we don't have anything to say on that at this time, but any opinion you voice is going to be listened to and thought about, and that is so cool.
Yeah, agree 100%. It's good to see that interaction from the devs. It's something you miss out on in this age of technology overload. They have so much that they're working on, but we have this core dedicated group of essentially alpha testers that are working for free for Rhino, and they have turned around and they are paying us in the form of a ludicrous amount of packs to build collections before the wipe, and acknowledging every concern or bug or problem that we've got, even if it's just with a statement of we are going to look into it, we just can't comment on it that at this time. That is not a non-answer. That is telling us that they want to look further before they give us something.
I'm going to quickly check into time. I don't think it's quite coming up on being time to go into a time announcement. No, we've got about 15 minutes until then.
Yep, and until then we see the continued flow of minions on Naukus' side of the field. But again, that Huntress is there, the Duskwing Angel, there's a lot of life tap showing up for Decadent Hamster.
Man, if that infuse was Impel, the game would be decided. because you could have impelled the Duskwing Angel and attacked the empty lane with Agile.
And with only two hit, with only 2 hit points showing, that absolutely would have been a deciding factor. I think it is pretty locked up in Decadent Hamster's favor, though, based on what we're seeing here right now.
You have to play something on the Demolition Speedway, but you still also have to play 2 minions opposite Wing Angel minimum, and you also have to take that out because of the Agile. You still need to play something on that end lane because the Agile on the Duskwing Angel will win. You don't. But the fact that you can also just make the attack 2/2 and then Duskwing Angel the empty lane, like, yeah, it was just game.
Yeah, there was not a lot.
That is a 2-0 to Decadent. And we had a 2-0 boss defeating Vinyl Basta. And Tenchu Denwap is still showing as 1-0 in Battlefy. I will take a quick look at that, and we may be jumping on with them.
I can't wait to hear the wheeze coming from you when we see what this board state looks like.
It is still 1-0 Tenchu and Denwap, so we'll jump into that.
There is a spreading desert on Denwap's side of the field, locked down part of it. Yeah, exactly. This uncontested Universal Hulkin, Hecate's Wheel locking down some of the desert there, and there's just all kinds of stuff going on. Perry at the gates, Mezzo Libre, one of the Jin and Dust Devil.
I am blown away at the fact that these life totals still look like they do. Denwap's at 12. I would have expected Denwap to actually be in the 20-ish zone. I did not think that, given the length of game 1, that at this stage of game 2, Denwap would be at 12. So I'm kind of anxious to see. Oh no. Maybe a bit of a miscalculation. Even if the idea was, yes, I know that the minion I attack won't die, but I get to fuel my path passive. If it was anything else, fine, but man, I don't know about that temptation play by Denwap.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice. We do see the Enchant Eater threatening the Stairway to Hades, but all it takes is one. No, it would take 2. 2 cards in Tenchu's deck to answer, and they've only got 3 cards in hand. I don't know what they can do here to stop the loss of Stairway to Hades.
Tenchu's deck is so cool.
I would absolutely agree. What card is that here? That is indeed Tyr Monomund. Immortal, Focus 2, and getting Frenzy if Tenchu is able to kill something else. And if that Tyr is able to move over to the Stairway to Hades before...
Well, you have to expect the Hades to be gone, though.
Yeah, unless the Enchant Eater can get locked down. But if for some reason it can't, having a demonic Tyr would be insane.
That being said, I also wouldn't mind having it on a Hecate. That added safety. Oh, well, temptation happens.
Yeah, what happens if Tyr gets stolen and then multiple things get killed here?
Oh, no! It's gonna... Temptation lethal!
Yeah, yet again, there's that Frenzy and Focused from Tyr.
Ah!
And
Temptation, please!
I will be interested to see some commentary from not only our players on how dominant Temptation has been this week, but also responses from the devs on it. It'll get brought up. It'll be an interesting conversation to have because that is spectacular. We've seen 4 or 5 games decided on the back of a single card.
And that's just what we've shown.
Yeah, exactly. We don't even know everything else. We try and get that information, but just watching this video and skimming through, they'll be able to say, well, temptation here, that's ridiculous. Temptation, oh my gosh. Well, here's a Murmurs, but that's essentially just temptation as well.
It could be somewhat skewed a little bit, actually. I think we see enough of a gap between decks that get played in the MWO and decks that get played outside of the MWO. Like, when you look at the play style, the MWO tends to actually have kind of mid to late game heavy decks that don't see as much play outside of the MWO. And with that, that's going to cause additional swinginess to temptation that maybe isn't coming into play outside of the MWO scene. So we could be a little bit skewed by the kind of long con game plan that we tend to see in the MWO that doesn't show itself quite as much outside of it.
Yeah, the tactics, in any game, really, the tactics change when you're in a tournament scene, especially with open deck lists versus playing on a ladder in a best-of-1 closed deck list format. So I am glad that there is enough of a disparity between the two, and we'll see that gap probably widen as we get into the more broad releases, especially when we get these marketing campaigns from the Rhino team to move towards full release, or at least open beta, if nothing else.
The hideout goes back. I like that. Getting to put the hideout back to play the Oasis instead, because you don't have the gems to play the hideout, seems totally fine. Oasis is a decent substitute in place of hideout.
And that currently uncontested Maze of Iatiku going to draw a card.
We also see a good point mentioned in Twitch chat that you only see temptation when it's good. It is, if temptation's staying in hand, it's because it's not going to do anything to play it. So that could also kind of sway the opinions that we've been making about it as we've seen it today, simply because you only see it when it's at its most useful.
A fitting piece of information that should be revealed to our watchers on YouTube is that comes from somebody who has a name that's very appropriate for that fact being pointed out. MinMaxer17, being reinforced by Kanye Basta in there on the use of temptation only when it's good. I would expect nothing less, MinMaxer. So welcome to the chat and that incredible insight that I at least did not consider. Do you think the K in K Basta's name stands for Kanye?
Oh no. Potentially, but Tenchu has just updated us in the MWO chat that the Seal of Exile that they meant to use to stop all of the consuming of the enchantments, if you will, was accidentally put back in the deck. So no Seal of Exile coming out to shut that down means that you have to chip away at it in combat and then Magnus to clean it up.
Oh, and they meant to play it, but they ended up burning it
Yes,
instead?
They accidentally shuffled back a Seal of Exile that was meant to be played. That feels bad.
And I'm not taking shots at Rhino. I would never do that. I like this job too much and don't want to be forced out of the community. That is something that I've heard a couple of times from some of our newer players that have messaged, seeing our activity level is, hey, is there a different way to burn cards? I keep accidentally burning cards that I want to play or playing cards that I'm trying to burn.
Yes, to both of those.
Yes, absolutely. It's not necessarily intuitive, but
you can just move them down if you want to put them back in the deck. That's what I tend to do to avoid the potential of accidentally playing them in a lane. And should you mean to do that and play it out instead, if you hold it out and then shake it, it goes back to the hand.
Exactly. So Something to consider if you have a problem with any of those mechanics, always bring them up in the main Discord, the main Mythgard Discord, where you got your alpha access. And just let the devs know if you have a problem with that. If you're only playing on mobile and maybe it's not as easy to do that, they consider all of the feedback from the community. And Tenchu only has 2 minions down on the field, but they are both quite terrifying. Scion of Pride and Magnus Thorson, both down. And that Universal Hulken is starting to crumble in the face of this onslaught from Tenchu. It's down to 1 hit point until some empowering takes place.
Yeah, at some point you need to begin dumping mana into this Hulken. Unless Tenchu just makes it into a lion. Just shut it off. I wouldn't be opposed to that in Tenchu's spot. You can just change it and attack past the maze, yeah. Choosing not to.
Yeah, I
don't know that I like this because it can gain alpha. So you don't actually get to... Oh, man. I don't know. Because we have enough mana to activate twice, and by doing so, activating both the top and bottom abilities, it's going to push past with no contest. I guess the idea could be you get Denwop to dump the mana on it and effectively do nothing else, and then still have the ability to change it following, and it helps set Denwop back a bit. That could be the idea, is just making it into a mana sink.
Yeah, I could get behind that. I'll be interested to see how this is actually approached. It just looks like we're going for some clearing right now. But now we still have 2.
Okay. That's good. That's good. And you build up enough souls that the passive will go off on the path. I like that. That's why I cast and I don't play on a weekly basis. You gotta have this ability to know when to play things, and sometimes I think some of it is because we don't get to see what's in hand, but sometimes while not watching the game, you can kind of jump the gun a bit on, well, I have this solution, so I should jam it.
Yeah, you see that a lot. That is one of the things that separates more casual players from these tournament and competitive-minded folk, is one very specific detail, and that is taking that breath before you make any snap decisions, making sure that you read all the lines before you play. Is something that I also suffer from immensely, is snap decision making. And I think for one of the first times in all of Den's matchups, this Enchant Eater that is revealed is essentially just a blank 2/6 right now. Nothing to devour, nothing to have to deal with. So it loses some value right now, and it will indeed get burned because of it.
And we have just gone into time.
And this match does stand at 1-1 this series, so the result here, whether it goes to time or there is a straight kill, will decide the winner of the series.
Which could have huge implications on Top Cut still, if I'm not mistaken. This should be a bubble match. One of those win and in situations.
Here is the question. Does Tenchu take the risk and use Magnus to get rid of Perry? Nope. I'm just going to Magmatar instead.
It looks like what could happen is... Oh no, this is settled actually. I think Top Cut's settled on Decadent, Tenchu, Den, Basta. But this will decide the 2 seed potentially if Tenchu loses? No. I think this actually has no implication on the standings. Outside of Tenchu... Oh, the 1-2 seed could still flip between Tenchu and Decadent, I believe, depending on Tenchu winning this. But I don't pay too much attention to the Battle Fight stuff. It's usually handled behind the scenes. So I could be misquoting some of that, but looking at it, I think that's what all of it.
Yeah, we'll leave all of that big brain work to our lovely MC and tournament broadcaster, Brasiah, behind the scenes. Some significant credit to be given there. The brain behind the inception of MWO continues to put in work against an incredible schedule that they keep during the week, still doing what I would be willing to say is doing their best to try and keep up with all the responsibilities of that TO and broadcast position. So if you see Brasiah floating around late at night or early in the morning...
Lethal, by the way.
If you see Brasiah floating around late at night or early in the morning and you enjoy the MWO, make sure to throw out that thanks, just like Den tossed to Tenchu as they knock them down into the negatives. So that does resolve our Swiss
2-1.
rounds. Exactly. 2-1 in the favor of Tenchu, resolving our Swiss rounds for the MWO 11. We're going to, at least I am going to take a quick break. We're going to go over some rares and mythic stats before we get into our top cut. We'll seed that bracket. Thank you to the players who didn't make top cut. It is fantastic to watch you. Our players that had to drop or chose to drop, thank you as well for being involved in this week's MWO. While I step away, you might be talking to Noah, you may be listening to some funky, fresh music, but just remember, the MWO is taking a break next weekend, so enjoy your family, enjoy your friends, or enjoy doing some theory work in Mythgard to prepare for the following week's Mythgard Weekly Open. And be ready, because between the semifinals and the finals this week, we are going to reveal that second official spoiler granted to us by Rhino Games in the color purple. So stick around, hang out, and we'll get back to you as quick as we can.
Yeah, we'll be leaving these stats up, but I actually need to step away as well, so we won't have too much discussion about them. I will talk about them in chat with anyone who would like to, though.
we have returned. There is no more Swiss for this 11th week of the Mythgard Weekly Open, but what we do have is this top cut, these semifinals, and then into the finals, the 4 best players from this week, showing exactly what can be done, and here's how they have been doing it. We're looking at the most popular rares and the most popular mythics from this week, and nearly unrecognizable from the previous weeks. Excuse me. Of course, Magnus still showing his face. I highly doubt we'll ever see a time where he's not at least in one deck, but showing up in 3 copies, coupled up with 7 Ring Ritual as well. Scion of Pride also showing 3 copies, but Armageddon Angel just gaining traction for very good reason, considering how much of the board fill we continue to see. In the most popular rares, of course, we talked about Fire Song Prodigy, kind of hinting before when we were talking about the Ignitions. Magmatar, as well as that Dashing Ringmaster. The value is just too spectacular. But 2 very impactful cards. We've talked a lot about both of them in that top spot for the most popular rares. Temptation, we've seen it win a bunch of games, but as chat pointed out, when it's good, it's ridiculously good. But when it's bad, it just takes up space in the hand. And then Parry at the Gates, on the other hand. When you draw it, you play it, and you get the value as long as you've got the space. Noah, do any of these cards surprise you in the most popular rares and mythics, or is this kind of what you expected to see based on our conversation after last week's MWO?
Well, I expected the Angel to jump up. I did not expect so much Temptation. And not only did I not expect it, I didn't think it would have the impact it has today when I saw the stat sheet last night.
I very, very clearly remember you saying, why is Temptation popular? Do people really think it's going to do that much work? Well, it turns out not only did they think it was going to do work, but they have proven that it will absolutely be a fantastic addition into that 4 slot. I mean, 4 mana, 2 gems, to steal an opponent's very strong minion, and then you get to do things to it, whether it's stealing a Hulkin and then empowering it, or, as we saw last week, the steal and then Odin's Horn to double up on attack. There's so many flexible options on the back of Temptation, so I'm very happy to see it. I just wish we could get some Parsa Divinity Cannons in here. I'm just saying.
And with that, we'll take a quick look. We won't dwell too long on this. We've seen these decks each a couple times today, and we do want to get this next match going. But having seen both decks today, how do you feel about this matchup? What do you think is going to happen?
Look, both of these players, they do a lot for me. Tenshu has been around for a very long time in the Mythgard Alpha scene, has shown us time and time again that they are a trailblazer. This Trident deck is no different. Boss, though, on the other hand, very new to Mythgard, but not new to card games at all. Brings a lot of knowledge, brings a lot of staying power, and anything that they put their hands on, they have put to significant effect. I think I probably give the edge to Tenshu. Just this value that they have generated is spectacular. But I do that with so much caution behind it, because Boss and this Mythic Kanye deck, they do some incredible things. You know, they have all the cards that we talked about being very, very impactful, and then one that hasn't shown up on the stat sheets, but that Kushiel, if it hits the field, the game can change drastically. So I'm very excited to see what happens. I think I give the edge to Tenshu, but it is with an extreme amount of reservation.
And with all of that said, it looks like we will be having them jump into game in just a moment. So we will get going on this week's semifinals.
And they have jumped in. We are going to watch that the moment that we get switched over. And remember, after these semifinals games, we have got a special treat in the form of a bonus spoiler for the Mythgard Weekly Open. It makes up for not having the MWO next week. So if you're here, I know you're not going anywhere, but bring your friends in so they can talk about it. I promise you, this card is going to blow your mind.
Yeah, I think this is one that's going to see a good bit of play.
Chat is calling for Tenchu's head. Playing a deck called Trident, even with the logic behind it being 3 colors and needing a perfect split, but not playing Trident in the deck should indeed amount to an immediate disqualification. We'll check with the judges on that behind the scenes and see if we will put that into effect. But until then, Tenchu's going to drop that Fire Song Prodigy and get that ignition to the hand.
I just called up Judge Judy. She said it's okay.
Look, we've had 2 potential disqualifications come up in the MWO this week. Tenchu, of course, with the non-Trident Trident deck, and then the opportunity hasn't presented itself. But if Basta has to kill Kanye with his Kanye deck, that one remains to be seen. The judges are standing by for that call as well. That almost assuredly will result in immediate disqualification, though I don't think there's any protection there. We do see a little bit of hesitation from Basta. We talked about the green gem requirements in this deck, and I think the decision is just being, what do I burn? Turns out Kalabak is absolutely a choice that I would make, even not knowing what else is in the hand. But we see nothing else happen. No cards played.
No, that means no Mavka in hand. But with a minion on field and Impel on Tenchu's side, playing the Kalabak's pointless.
Yeah, like absolutely. That's why I was saying that's absolutely the right choice. And especially now, if that Kalabak had been dropped, that Frecky Huntress would be a huge problem because it would have something to feed off of very quickly. You know, I may agree with chat on the removal of, or the banning of Tenchu from ever playing again. Sea Lord's Trident actually would fit very well in this deck after looking through the list and then looking at Sea Lord's Trident. That, of course, being the 3-cost artifact that says pay 3 and create a 4/2 Fellkraken if you don't control one already.
I thought we might see it when I was looking at the name of the deck and I saw that it had blue in it. I hadn't actually looked too much at the deck yet, but I thought it was going to be some kind of Singing Stone, using it to play the tokens you get off of that onto enchantments with Singing Stones and stuff. And that is not the case.
Oh, that would have been very cool, though. I would have liked to see that. I love what we've been seeing already. Ooh, this is a great combination. This will end up being 3 cards essentially for 1 to get rid of that Baba Yaga's Den, but it results in the Frecky Huntress turning into the Awakened Huntress, and now Basta's going to have to deal with this 4/3 Alpha Striking Life Tap monstrosity.
Well, and Basta's got a couple good ways to do that, with Scion being able to change it. We've got Seal of Exile. We've got Digital Golem opposes it nicely, I suppose. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it's
I was going to say, does it? Alpha Strike tends to run over.
Yeah, no, it's not quite big. I was thinking Digital Golem was a 5/5. It is not.
Lead Astray is Led Astray, excuse me. It's past tense because it's happening no matter what. And that one doesn't go to the Boneyard. It doesn't even go back to the hand. Led Astray, a dismantling by shuffling it right back into the deck. It could just never get seen again.
Shuffling something into the deck is one of the best ways to get it off the field. You know, in this game specifically, banishing, because we have no ways to pull things back out of banish. So banishing is like the ideal way, because then it's not going to go back into the deck and be played again. But I would have to say only second to banishing something, it would be putting it on top of the deck, followed by shuffling it.
Ha! And Tenchu says, you dealt with one, let's see you deal with another, because I'm going to play it immediately. The second Frecky Hunter's coming down. A second Kalabak burned by Basta. And decisions to be made. Choosing to go with that Academy Analyst. A card that I spoke very highly of last week. One of my favorites based on the mechanics alone. Having that Divination 4, just shuffle or just dig through your deck, get what you want, put the other stuff away that you don't think you're going to need. Such a great utility card.
I'm glad that the -2 goes away again eventually. When we initially had the change to detained, it didn't, like, it would just stay -2 and immobile. And I'm glad to see that they acknowledged, hey, this was a bit too good, and changed it again almost immediately. Yeah, I was about to ask, you sack this. You absolutely do.
Watched a lot of I watched a lot of live PD last night, and time and time again on that show you hear, "Am I being detained?" Yes, you are. When it comes to Mythgard.
Yeah, it was a neat dynamic in that patch when Bolt had just gone away, so people said Kolobok's going to be good. And then what ended up happening was you would go Kolobok and get detained, and it was just stuck immobile. So suddenly, yeah, Bolt was gone, but Kolobok was still just about unplayable. And the immobility going away again has allowed Kolobok to kind of see some play in decks that it fits in, such as Basta's. But Basta has mentioned today to me, as we've talked a little bit, that Kolobok has not come up too often today. And so, although it's playable, it doesn't mean you'll always see it.
But a card that Basta has been able to lean into heavily to threaten is that Raziel, which has hit the field yet again, even though it is a mythic and therefore only a 1 of in the deck. Every time we fall into one of Basta's games, we see Raziel be a very big part of those games. So this is interesting. Tenshu has set up a very threatening board based entirely on just one enchantment and one minion. Wings of Abaddon threatening one side, very difficult to deal with, especially with the advent of Junkyard Valhalla, as we talked about in one of the previous games that Tenshu was in. Junkyard Valhalla, obviously, giving you more options on when you can sacrifice things because they can just come right back once that is in play. Ooh, Treasury of Petra underneath the Raziel.
So good against Wings of Abaddon.
It is so good in a lot of scenarios. I think the only limiter on Treasury of Petra is just its relatively high cost at 4. There's a lot of very strong minions and other spells and enchantments that you usually want to play in that spot, but very heads-up deck building from one of our newer members to the MWO. Treasury of Petra, a great addition in this deck.
Something else Basta was mentioning in the MWO chat today was they have yet to build a deck in this game that does not have Temptation in it. Basta, a big fan of Temptation.
Considering the background that they come from, I can't say that I'm surprised. A lot of other card game experience where stealing the equivalent of minions can heavily swing the game, and we've seen that put to great effect here in Mythgard over the last 2 weeks as well. And the King of Bards coming down, the rock god, Bragi Runesinger, who just cannot stay off of Twitter. Now set up to oppose one of the strongest angels in the game, Raziel.
It's easy to get addicted to tweeting. I did not involve myself in it until just a few months ago, kind of as my involvement in it picked up. And I found, like, no use outside of, you know, if I saw something come up in the news about some so-and-so tweeting such and such, I'd go back and look at the tweet. That was about it. I'm on all day now, like, constantly checking new tweets as they come in, and it's so easy to get sucked into that it's not shocking that even as you have to play the jams to, play the song of his people, he still finds time to stay up to date on the latest tweets.
That's right. Don't lie. The only reason you've been following tweets so closely now is because of purple spoilers that have been coming out. You don't know if they're going to hit in the official Discord. You don't know if they're going to hit on Twitter. And some of that art that we saw came on Twitter first. So I don't blame you for digging deep on it.
Hey, look, it's Temptation Plus.
I was going to say, it's better Temptation because now Bragi, he may still be singing, but he's singing to a very different crowd now. And he is not going to move unless Tenshu has a way to steal him back. A lot of people are low. We talked about it a little last week. A lot of people are kind of low on Traitorous Murmur. It's a very expensive card, but it's expensive for a reason. Paying 6 to take something that your opponent may want to be using to great effect is spectacular. We did see, we saw Raziel stolen from Basta in a previous round. So getting a little bit of revenge and taking this mythic Norden god, it probably makes up for that a little bit. And unless Tenshu has a way to draw some more cards, we could see Raziel's Brand come down next turn as well. Ooh, what a combination. Awakened Huntress sitting on top of that Hecate's wheel, and now Treasury of Petra is just a blank storefront. There's nothing going on behind those doors outside of taking up valuable enchantment space.
It's just these stealing effects. Man, it's such a good mechanic, but oh boy, does it have some upside.
So Basta gaining back the energy on Raziel. Not going to be able to get the Brand because that next card draw from Tenshu will drop it back down. But I'll be interested to see how this progresses here.
I want to see if it gets stolen with Temptation and used against Basta again.
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. And we do see the activation of Bald Mountain to get that Traitorous Murmur back. Tenshu has to choose really hard now what to play, because anything that gets played, it will stand a good chance of getting stolen. That's a very threatening card to see in the hand of your opponent.
I like what Tenshu's done with this deck. It seems to be, looking at the list, it's just a pile of the highest value pieces of it's like the highest value components of each piece of the puzzle, if you will. Like, each lineup just feels wholly optimized, and it's less about all meeting the same game plan than it is just having piles of good stuff. And I like decks like that. I enjoy decks just based on being value piles.
So I like this use here. Getting back that Wings of Abaddon with the Junkyard Valhalla, moving it, and then sacrificing it before it can be stolen as well to get Bragi also back in your own Boneyard. That's some stellar play from Tenshu there to kind of obviate the traitorous murmurs that is in Basta's hand currently.
And I want to take a quick look. I know we still got plenty of time, but I want to just how much we got. Been 16 minutes, so we've still got plenty of time left.
Do we have any update on our other semifinal game that is being played? Is anybody up yet, or are they still sitting in game one or unreported?
When I looked on Battlefy a minute ago, nothing. Yeah, nothing's on Battlefy. Let me jump out and take a quick peek.
Absolutely. Well, that'll give Tenchu plenty of time.
Still game one.
Ooh.
And what is this? Oh, wow. It is game one, and it's about to be decided soon. It could go both ways. So with that, I will hop back in, and we can continue talking about Boston.
Oh, no. Basta chose not to get the brand. Instead had Raziel stolen right from under him, and Tenchu has now gained the brand thanks to, you guessed it, Temptation.
Well, I thought Basta couldn't. It had just gone to 6.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah. That's the thing, is when it just gets to 6, you, like with the divination, you can't. Yeah, it's I don't know that I would continue playing it knowing Temptations is so big.
Yeah, that hurts. All that work to get the brand built up, only to have your opponent take it away from you.
Oh. Yeah, he may have been able to do it in Bald Mountain instead.
That's what I was saying. Opted away from it. I thought that I was correct. Don't you second guess me, boy. No,
well, I saw it activate, but it was as I was jumping out to go check on the
legitimate excuse this time. I'll give that one to you. So heads up call from our twitch.tv/Mythgard Weekly Mythgard Weekly open chat, letting us know that the Manted Man is indeed right on occasion.
Now Basta's left with some difficult decisions. Bro, when in doubt, stag them out.
When in doubt, stag them out and get your hands on an Academy Analyst as well to be able to carve through your deck.
Wow, and getting that as the season would change, so you snipe 2 things out of Basta's hand instead. And then you have the Gigantomachia.
Goodness gracious. And I saw, I don't know if you did, I saw Tenchu's prepare to die emote come through right before the Gigantomachia. And now full control of the field in Tenchu's hand. But there is that, the Traitorous Murmurs is good to have, but right now there's not really a solid target. Like Awakened Huntress, not terrible for this, but do you really want to open up that Junkyard Valhalla with everything that is in Tenchu's grave, or Tenchu's Boneyard, being specifically Bragi Runesinger?
A lot of decisions to make. Which is one thing I've liked about this game so much as I've played it, is the amount of decision making that goes into even just one game, let alone playing a full match.
Let alone playing an entire tournament. These players have been at it now for 4.5 hours of difficult decision making, and man, we see the brand just continuing to carve away at what Basta is trying to do. That he's probably still telling himself that should have been mine.
Boston letting us know in the MWO chat that the 2 times we've seen that ult go off against them with the Temptation. Not the only times. It's happened one time that we didn't see as well.
Oh, no. So now Tenshu has the other Norden brother come down. Magnus Thorson also on the field. 2 very strong 4-attack minions in Tenshu's hand. At 40 hit point total, a substantial wall for Basta and his 16 hit points. That Trader's Remember still there, waiting to grab something. And then the archive copy from the destruction of one of the previous golems.
And again, this is still game 1. This has been quite the match.
Yeah, the matchup, I'm not apologizing by any means for the little bit slower. This is a very different kind of semifinal match than what we saw last week. Last week it was all about powering out, making big plays. This is a lot more thought-provoking. There's a lot of nuance and technical play here, but once Kushiel hits the field, it could start getting very aggressive very quickly here. Ooh, getting a temptation hit off of the brand. That is painful, and there goes the rest of it as well. Tenshu drawing cards and forcing Basta to get rid of everything. Wow, that hurts.
Oh man. Oh man, oh man.
What a combination. Brainstorm coming out of the blue is so strong already. That 3 cost draw 2 cards is that's extreme value, but when it also forces your opponent to discard the rest of their hand or just anything, you cannot ask for more. Tenshu has now got solid control of this game, but Basta was able to get that Kushiel down before losing everything.
Basta letting us know that following the conclusion of this event, that we'll actually be getting cut simply to avoid these temptation issues.
We could see Basta's essence pool grow just a little bit more. I would be inclined to just burn it up at this point if that's happened to me 3 or 4 times.
Oh yeah, I'd be done.
I wonder what this single card is. Tenshu, even though was able to burn up Basta's hand, while the Huntress and the Thane are both pretty strong inclusions to the board where they stand, that 5/10 Kushiel, it's going to be relatively difficult to deal with, I think. Full combination of detainment and deportment. Snapped
what
up.
Now?
Detained and deported both being played. And Bragi indeed coming back just like we expected to see. Basta playing in top deck mode, but not suffering for it necessarily right now. We'll see what happens in these couple of cards here from
The
Tenshu.
issue, though, is you basically have to slam what you play.
Oh yeah, it's going to go away if you don't. It's not basically, it is. Slam what you play, or at minimum burn it for that last gem and mana.
Yeah, it's... situations like this can lead to suboptimal plays just out of necessity.
One thing to note is Basta's not completely hurt by these by the cards getting discarded if it happens because of Bald Mountain. If it happens to be spells, he does have the option to be able to bring them back in. So that is something to note. It still hurts, but that dampens the blow a little bit. Oh, here we go. We're going to see Detained and Deported both played again. Back to back. Basta, a veritable ice agent right now, doing some work. And will we see Kushiel move? We do.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Bald Mountain Detained is still Bald Mountain Detained, and it's it's a value engine.
It is so good. So, Kushiel is a great enabler of the Impel power. Being able to move, kill, and then Kushiel's power activating and allowing you to smash in more damage or to kill something else, that is so good. Boston not too mad about either of those things going into the Boneyard. Ooh, and we have an answer from Tenshu in the form of another angel. Scion of Pride coming down and turning Kushiel into just a measly 4/4 Spirit Lion.
What a game.
Yeah, this is awesome. Very different again from our semis last week. A lot of technical play here. There's a ton to be learned from watching what's going on in this Seal of Exile snag to get rid of the Scion of Pride, because there's no non-spirits on Basta's side of the board currently, and that Eager Recruit wasn't going to be able to do anything. So just exile that angel. Get it out of here. So now that what's essentially this 4/2 Spirit Lion looking much better, since it doesn't have to try and fight through that Scion of Pride that it wouldn't be able to do anything to.
Yeah.
It's no Kushiel, but it is 4 damage that has to be contested. And Einijar Thane will slow it down. Well, it'll stop it unless it is able to get some healing in. And then another Insurgent also coming down for Tenshu. And Basta not able to get out of this top deck mode thanks to his own brand being used against him. I don't know about Basta. I don't want to speak to the mental state that he's in, and I hope for once that maybe he's not listening to the stream or the cast right now. But if I was in his position, I would be so frustrated right now in this position. I would probably consider scooping and just going to the next game. I don't know what he's got.
I think I would too.
I don't know what he's got that he's looking at, but just to keep my adrenaline levels down, I would go ahead and asking for the reset, because this has to be an infuriating position. I know it would be for me. I can feel the anxiety kind of creeping in, and I'm not even playing. I'm just having to talk about it.
I mean, you still have Bald Mountain Detained, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You have all these answers, and that's actually the thing that's most frustrating, is you have the ability to answer multiple cards, drop one down to nothing, get rid of the other one completely, but then when your opponent comes back around, like you have to burn that Armageddon Angel, for instance, instead of being able to utilize it or hold on to it to utilize, because you know it's just going to disappear. I feel for our competitor. They have a much more level head than myself because they have not given up yet. Oh no, what is Tenshu going to couple up with this Frecky sidecar? Something else could come down and also get Rush.
Yeah, okay. You get to do this.
Just a little Insurgent. I mean, it's not terribly little. It is at 3 attack. But it could have been a lot worse considering the mana and gems that we saw up there on Tenshu's side. Alright. Basta drawing a card, not happy with what it was. Deciding to take the Mantid route. And kicking the win over to Tenshu.
So that is game
one.
Game. To Tenshu.
And how much time do we have left? I know they're paying pretty close attention. Basta actually commenting in the chat a little while ago about the time rules and the advantageousness of skipping out to just move forward.
We got like 12 minutes until time is called.
Okay. So 27 minutes in total. Armageddon Angel burned immediately, and just the turn passed over to Tenshu. And remember, ladies and gents, when we get into those finals games, after this cool spoiler coming up, there will be no time constraints.
Yes. We're playing untimed finals. Given how many times that disgusting temptation play has happened to Basta, you think you just avoid playing into the possibility of it at all this game?
Yeah, just don't play any minions, and see what. I'm just kidding. No, I follow where you're going, and I think that they'll be paying pretty close attention and trying to play a little bit closer to the cuff, as to not have high impact units get grabbed by temptation when you don't have the means to deal with it. When you have less on the field, maybe you hold back some of your more high impact minions so that they don't get temptationed and used against you so quickly. What are you thinking? Say it out loud so we don't have that dead space. Treasury of Petra.
Checking up on Denwop and Decadent, which is in its final game. That is tied 1-1.
Ooh, so...
My was speculating because I don't believe the battle fight has been updated. Unless I just missed it.
Well, since you've been gone, Wings of Abaddon has come down to clear out the Academy analyst that was sitting on the Treasury of Petra, and now Basta has to make a decision on how to deal with those annoying demon mosquitoes.
So many odd lines in this matchup. I enjoy watching it. I would hate to play it.
Yeah, as we've pointed out over the course of the game, this is a high skill cap series that we're watching right now.
I want to play Basta's list this week, but on the off chance someone decides to play Tenchu's list and I queue into them, I just can't. And the same would be if I wanted to play Tenchu's list. Like, I don't want to play this matchup if I can avoid it.
Yeah, I would agree with you on all sides of that. I will stick to my the deck that I've been testing, the Spears for Fears. I need a couple extra cards that I should be able to round out this week. Opened some packs last week, and just needed to make some final decisions. We did see the Scion of Pride come down, turn that disgusting demon mosquito into a not so cuddly spirit lion, but here comes the dashing ringmaster.
Making good use of the season change. Getting that additional point of damage to actually kill the Scion, which means you can't impel the Scion, move it, and man. So that's a good time to have that.
It is, yeah. That's a perfect little setup there. The season change, the Soma Oasis to protect the Ringmaster, and now this Ringmaster is nearly impossible to deal with.
Well,
for Basta. There's a couple of cards that will take care of it, but if it stays on the field, whatever Tenchu's got up his sleeve also has Rush.
And
next turn.
This actually is the point of Tenchu's game plan. We've talked about not knowing what Tenchu was up to, but it actually is the setup that Tenchu just had until it was stolen. But the idea is you play minions down on the Soma Oasis so they can't be killed. They can attack immediately, and then you impel one of them off the Soma Oasis to play the next one down so it can also immediately attack and not be killed. You get back-to-back minions that get to attack that cannot be damaged. It's a disgusting setup when it goes off.
And we've continued to see it go off. The deck very efficient, utilizing its outs to try and get to those cards. And Tenchu is getting closer and closer to this Trident setup, looking for one more orange Parsa gem. And
see, this is what I was speculating on a little while ago, is if I'm Boston, do I even slam this thing?
Tenchu dropping the prepare to die if it happens.
Looks like Denwop Decadent, that match has concluded. I'm going to see if it's in the battle fight yet. Judging by the talk they have, I think Decadent may have won it. I'm waiting to know that. Yes, Decadent won that one. So, 2-1. Denwop is going to miss out on the finals this week, but a good showing coming in semifinals.
After the ridiculous amount of skill that he was matched up against last week, all of his matches being against top cut finishers.
Yeah, it was like Denwop's Swiss last week was each of the last two champions and the two people who ended up in finals.
Yeah, it's tough. Obviously, Denwop coming a long way just in the short span of a week, learning a lot. We do see here Tenchu has this immortal tier. That's going to be tough to deal with, but right now it's populating a lane, so there is some safety in the form of Raziel not getting tempted to move over until tier moves, of course.
And to anyone who may have just joined in the last few minutes, this match is 1-0 to Tenchu at the moment, with time being called in 5 minutes, and then we'll have the extension. So I will notify them both of that now.
Did I see correctly that we saw a detain and then led astray on that tier?
To be honest with you, I was sending a message to communicate with them about time, so I missed it.
I did just go back
But
through
you
the
can check
log.
the action log.
Exactly. I went back through the log, and that is indeed what happened. So tier sent back into the deck. But the response from Tenshu is, okay, I'll play a big angel. Scion of Pride coming down. Immortal and moving off of the Soma Oasis in front of Raziel.
And again, following the conclusion of this match, we will be spoiling something new. I am excited. We initially thought we'd only have one thing to spoil, and Monday, maybe Tuesday, we found out that the possibility of spoiling 2 was on the table. It was basically coming down to timing, and we do get the chance to do that, so I'm excited to do so.
Give you a little bit of a reveal here on the spoiler. I'm not going to tell you much about it, but it is a card that we have seen no art for or anything, so everything about this is going to be new. So please stick around. Ooh, a Seal of Exile, removing that angel from the field. We're getting into that danger zone. Getting into that danger zone.
On the highway to the what now?
On the highway to a temptation on Raziel is potentially coming up here soon. And I think Basta is well aware of that possibility and is playing very close to the chest on that. Oh. Relatively low impact Magnus. I think it's the lowest impact Magnus I've ever seen played.
Yeah, no joke. But I mean, it's still a 5/5.
Yeah, I'm not shortchanging him by any means, but
so I think now Basta just has to like not divination to this thing.
The choices are tough.
Unless you divination to it and then bounce it to hand.
Oh, divination 2 and then deport your own thing?
Yeah.
Yeah? Ooh,
I mean, it's a lot of lost tempo, but at least you get the divination and you don't... Ah. Difficult choice.
Basta thinking very hard about everything. Only 1 mana remaining. But the information is there for not only his opponent, but the rest of the stream. Is deportation or detainment a worthy cause here? And it looks like detainment is.
And the decision is just not active.
What I think is the right call. Just use
Same.
Raziel as a wall. Don't give your opponent the opportunity to do what they did last time. Raziel's doing a great job populating that treasury. Ooh, and Ghoul coming down and moving off.
this is the point in the event that I begin committing that sin of casting and not quite talking as much as maybe I should, because I get so invested in the game.
Yeah, between the time that we've spent on this, nearly 5 hours at this point, and the kind of matches that we see, we're paying so close attention. So apologies from both of us on any dead space, any dead air that you hear, just because we're watching so closely and trying to think about what these players are going to be doing.
And we have gone into time.
Ooh, I keep forgetting I have some of this fantastic Georgia peach sweet tea. Sates the palate, keeps the energy up, and allows me to talk a little bit more about this windish giant populating the Bald Mountain.
Denwop letting us know that he's going to take the time to enjoy a coffee now that his match is concluded, and he's just waiting on the outcome of this one.
Yeah. Understood again. Great showing from Denwop this week. Oh my god.
I made coffee today. I have a full cup of coffee sitting in my kitchen that I have not even sipped. And it is cold. I made it at like 10 o'clock today. And that was a while ago. So
that's that long game iced coffee.
Yeah, no. Oh, I also left the coffee pot on. Oh man, I was so behind today when I was getting set up. The moment we get done with this, it's just bad day Noah all day.
Ooh.
Magnetar cleans up the giant.
Unpopulates the Bald Mountain. Nobody wants to be near a Bald Mountain, so I understand completely. And now, what does Basta do here? The Parsa regulars are in a decent position to attack, so we do see that. Raziel can't really do anything against this parry at the gates. Does have the bandwidth to be able to divination here, so I think we'll probably see that.
I suppose you can +1 -1, so you can take it on the exchange in the attack, but it's likely the Impel just moves it to the left and you put in 6 damage on the left instead. It's a tough choice. I like this. This is what I would do as well.
Traitorous Murmur, so you don't have to worry about it. And now you have access to that parry at the gates. Even at a 3/3 body, it threatens the Soma well, or you can move over. Ooh. That's an interesting call. What does... Oh, okay. I can get behind that a little bit, I think. Start grinding them down a little bit. A relatively expensive way to do it, but Basta...
Hey, when you gotta save damage, you gotta save damage.
Exactly. Basta is way more skilled than I am. I would be willing to admit that after watching just their first game last week. So, not opposed to that call, especially with how much is in Basta's hand as well. There's the Huntress. And the Junkyard Valhalla. So we see these pieces coming together for Tenchu a little later than normal, but if we see that other Wings of Abaddon, problems start to arise for Basta.
Since we've gone into time, the way we do time actually leaves Basta with only one ideal outcome. And that is to be ahead on life at the end of time, so that the match would tie, but because it's top cut and can't tie, we play a final game in full.
Yep, an uncapped final game. That's what Basta's looking to do. Normally, we wouldn't
Can
put
they
that
do it?
information out there, but yeah, the question becomes, can they? Because they've already been able to put that scenario together based on the conversations that they've been having in the MWO chat. So paying very close attention, Basta has to find a way to knock hit points off of Tenchu and keep them off in the next 6 minutes.
Let me double check. 9. We've got
Not
8.5
9
minutes.
minutes. All right. So 8.5 minutes to find a 10 hit point gap. Now a 7 hit point gap. That is something I like.
This is when the impact could happen, though. This could be huge.
Yeah. This is when I like casting with top end players, because I don't have to be worried about concealing information. They've already put all this stuff together. That's a big play.
Now, this is what I was talking
Tenchu.
about a little while ago. It's setup. You make the attack, and then you can impel the Magnus off the Soma Oasis, place something else down. It will be able to attack, and also have the added safety of not being able to die. Just like that. That is what this deck likes to do.
Yep, 14 hit point differential. That 3-pronged strike from Tenchu's Trident.
I like the choice to space the Magnus again.
As do I. It makes it very difficult for Basta to counter what Tenchu is doing here, especially with the time constraints in place. But Basta has a lot of cards in hand. So we're not done yet by any means. I am not counting Basta out until the very last second. But 2 immortal minions, one a 4/4, the other a 5/5, and the ability for Tenchu to rush out any number of other threats. So Basta isn't down and out. It is not a position I would want to be in their shoes.
Looking on to the finals match, independent of this outcome, we'll have something neat happening in finals, as we'll have someone who would be a new champion in both Basta and Tenchu potentially being in that finals match, attempting to stop Decadent, as Decadent would look to join Envy as the only 2-time 1v1 MWO champion. Envy has won 2 MWO single events. And
a lot on
nobody
the
else
line
has
in the
yet.
finals. Yep. Yeah.
But
There's the
temptation.
temptation. Yep. Temptation on the short stag, the movement and attack.
And that's 2-0.
Basta's going to surrender before the rest of the damage comes through. Fantastic game.
That looks like a hellacious matchup.
Yeah, that is tough. Basta, though, just continuing to show the threat that is rising in the form of Mythic Kanye. Some other tweaks maybe needs to come into the deck, as we've talked about, and as Basta has talked about over the course of the MWO today. Very excited to see what they have in store for us, but we are moving towards the finals. We are going to get ready to start this spoiler. I'm ready to start kind of leading into it if you are, but if you think we need to take a little funky fresh music break, I'm all right with that
No, by all means, let's discuss it.
So
actually, we'll be just a minute, as we'll make an announcement that we'll be discussing it and giving people a couple minutes to join in. So we will cut to music. We'll be back in about 2 minutes, and when we come back, we will be spoiling something else.
All right, so we'll see you in 120 seconds or so for our final and potentially most impactful spoiler of the MWO. Stick around and bring your friends. This is going to be a blast. We are easing back into the Mythgard Weekly Open, Week 11 finals. Before we get there, hold on. I had to take a little sip of tea, grab myself some tea to open up, the brain and let me be able to cast and talk about this spoiler that we've got coming up. So I'm going to do what we did before. We're going to go through, we're going to listen to the flavor text, and then I'll be able to show you this magical card. Mengpo's shop is at the corner of... Wait, what was the question? Oh. The matron of misfortune of the brain, Grandma Ming's Tea House, is our spoiler here. Another mythic, this time an illusionary enchantment. Minions created in this lane get stealth. What is going on here, Noah? What kind of stuff can we expect to see the impact of Grandma Mingpo's tea shop here?
I want to see something like Living Mountain dumped down to a tea house, and then see as someone mistakenly attacks into it. Like, you feel confident, you got a 5/5, and you see this stealth minion, you go, okay, yeah, I'm most likely. And then, bam, slam into it like a Living Mountain.
And then, if you don't have an answer for Grandma Ming's tea house, that Living Mountain moves, another card gets played in there. It's also stealth. Just being down, stealth is already such a strong mechanic on a select set of cards in purple, but now any card in the game, any minion, could end up being stealth thanks to Grandma Ming's tea house.
Now, I would like to see something funny in, like, have a tea house down, play a Sapo in it. And just... it's going to be so obvious what it is,
But your opponent still has...
wouldn't the stealth go away when Sapo's awakened? I don't know.
I actually don't. That's what I was just going to say. Depending on if
Sapo.
But depending on if Sapo is revealed, or something like, for instance, Armageddon Angel as well. Like, there is... what the card is.
So yeah, obviously,
but if you're not
paying,
paying,
you just won't want to put in the tea house.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, let's say you put an Armageddon Angel in the tea house in ladder. Your opponent has to, if it's not revealed, your opponent has to be able to do that math to know how big that stealth unit is if it's not revealed, even though they know it's an Armageddon Angel. Is that an 11-4? Is that a 10-5?
And
I don't know. I haven't done the math quick enough.
Envy has asked a question in the Twitch chat that when we saw this and I was discussing it with you, it was actually you who mentioned the Living Mountain style of play, and Envy's asked the same thing I did at the time. And I believe you would still be able to, especially with something like Living Mountain, be able to tell what it was by closely watching the mana and gen cost. So, Tea House is not without its downsides should you pay attention, but the potential of Tea House has me so excited. I'm going to be playing this in some of my decks because I want to see what it can do. I'm excited about playing Tea House.
Grandma Ming's Tea House, I think in queue mode with the population that we've got, the skill that we've got in this alpha testing group, Grandma Ming's Tea House isn't going to have a ton of impact. It's still going to be very impactful, don't get me wrong. But the mechanics that are involved here, and when the gems and mana cost they're still shown, you have that information. This is very much likened to something that you see a lot in like MOBAs and these other tactical like action games. This is what you call a pub stomper. When the game goes open beta, you have crafted your Grandma Ming's tea house. Going up against these new players that don't know all the cards, it is going to be just disgusting. There's going to be some vitriol that is generated on this. I don't know the cards yet. I didn't know that they played a 12-12 on this thing. How was I supposed to know that card even existed? So that's the thing that has me a little bit excited, that Schadenfreude is kind of coming through.
The idea of that makes me think back to the little bit of time I did spend in competitive gaming, which actually, oddly enough, wasn't in a CCG community, but in.
Oh, hold on. I want to cut you off. I hate to do it to you. We do have Rhino stepping in and letting us know that in the log, while you won't know what the minion was that was played, the gem cost and the mana cost will show up. So little maybe quick Googling or your brain kind of recalibrating, you'll have that. You don't have to pay that close attention because the log will still show that your opponent spent 6 mana and 2 gems or something like that.
Good
Continue.
to know. So the idea of this is going to be something that's useful in pub stomping makes me think back to my times in competitive Call of Duty. And one of the pub stomping items of the time that I was into it so much was an explosive decoy. It was a package that to teammates, they could tell it didn't have anything in it. But to opponents, you would call it down on a location on the map, and it would look like some kind of goodie that the enemy team had called in. But if you went to collect it, it would blow up and kill you instead. And that was kind of the pub stomping thing to do with the Call of Duty of the time, was explosive decoy, like the whole toss a bunch of them down as you get them, because it was likely that someone new to the game would go pick them up and not only kill themselves but potentially kill teammates walking by and stuff.
Yeah, it is. There's going to be a lot of tech involved. That pub stomping scenario does exist here. The implications are far-reaching, and again, we're evaluating this card in a vacuum. We've got, I don't know how many cards they're going to add with purple. I don't remember the number. I think it was revealed like a roundabout number. I just don't know it off the top of my head. Excuse me, I have the hiccups here. But we're evaluating these cards in a vacuum. Would love your feedback. We do have a couple of people in here. Pulp, who is a staple in the community as well, making their magnificent return.
Speaking of which, I see Indazoa in chat too.
Welcome Indazoa as well. But Enyo, Murder Muse, Ruse Cruise, E. Robert also asking the question that prompted the answer from Rhino. So lots of people taking this card in. So we're up to now 5 spoilers the week prior, 6 spoilers this past week, bringing us to 11, 12 if you count the Fire Scroll, and then these 2 mythic spoilers exclusive to the MWO in the form of Misfortune and now Grandma Ming's Tea House.
And well, it's been fun to talk about them. We still have a finals match to play.
We do, and what a finals it's going to be. On the line, of course, is a chance at double MWO championship or a brand new champion added to the ranks of our MWO elite.
And we'll find out in just a few minutes. We'll quickly pull these deck lists up and talk about them while we can as we game. But we've taken up most of the time we had to do deck discussion with talking about the Tea House. So
that's all right. We've seen both of these decks a few times now. Decadent Hamster again on this very aggressive build your wall of life Vamps deck, and Tenchu in the very popular Trident deck. A lot of people commenting on how cool this deck is. Both of us included. I want to play both of these decks. I literally am going through in between these matches to make sure I have all the stuff to make Decadent Hamster's deck. I'm missing 4 cards to make Tenchu's Trident deck, but be prepared to run into both of these if you see the Manted Man in the coming weeks in ladder. And remember, no MWO next week, so this champion will be our last champion edition for 2 weeks, and then we will return at the beginning of July for MWO number 12.
So hopefully we'll get this finals game going in just a moment.
I see while we're getting that queued up, Den and Basta playing against one another right now as well.
Yes.
Doing some practicing. Good for them.
Well, no, they have that. They have the semifinal loss match to settle.
Yeah, no, exactly. But they're having fun. I'm watching like chat and stuff as well. So super fun there. So keep it up, you two. Grab that last pack position while we jump into getting this finals match started.
Let's go.
So who do you think has the edge here? The blood and guts of Decadent Hamster and his demons and vampires, or Tenshu's menagerie of maliciousness in this Trident deck?
I think, based solely on the decks, Tenshu has the advantage. Because Tenshu has utility that Decadent's deck just doesn't have. But Tenshu is not the one of these two in the position of, I've won an MWO, I know what to do. You know, this Decadent's been in this position. Tenshu has not yet. So that could play into it a bit. We may see a situation in which Tenshu kind of fast plays something, but I think based solely on the decks and assuming no misplays and whatnot, that Tenshu should be able to win this matchup.
I'm going to take the opposite stance. While I don't necessarily disagree with anything that you have said, I think Decadent's deck has the extreme potential of being just too aggressive for Tenshu to establish themselves. The one downfall to this Trident deck is you've got to get those 2 blue, excuse me, the 2 blue and the 2 red, needs all of the components, the 2 parts of the orange as well. Needs all the components to be able to start really ticking off. Decadent's just got to get a bunch of red gems, super easy to do, and then they just start jamming in and fighting, gaining a bunch of hit points off of those life tap units. So I think Decadent Hamster has the edge here in the form of just this never-ending onslaught of vampires and demons.
Now, not knowing what's in hand, I think it's likely we see the Impel move the Thane 2 lanes to the left and attack past the 2-1. That's what I would be doing, but again, I don't know what Tenshu has in hand, so that may change the play. But assuming nothing in hand that you have to get down now, it's likely that the Impel just moves the Thane and attacks past the 2-1. Get the pup out of the way because it's good.
Yeah, that pup is arguably one of the best 1-drops. 1/2/1 would already be spectacular. A 1/2/1 with life tap to bring you up ahead of your opponent, especially with no smite or really low smite counts right now on ladder or in tournaments. Strigoi pup is where you want to be. Ooh, look at that. Move, attack, and then move back to keep other things threatened.
Yeah, see, because with the Agile, the choice is between, do you let it potentially kill the Thane? Do you just take the hit to the face? And this attack is what I thought we would see if left open, which is why I would have moved 2 lanes to the left and not given that chance. Because now we have the same setup again.
I was about to question Decadent's choice of burning the hidden Strigoi pup instead of the one that was exposed, but the moment that exposed Strigoi pup got played, it makes perfect sense. That's why Decadent Hamster is in the finals and I am not, because that should go without explanation. Also, I'm casting. I can't be in the finals. It wouldn't be fair to anybody else.
I don't know what you mean. I've been on all the finals.
And yet, 0 MWO wins under your belt. And the MVP of the tournament this week coming down, Frecky Huntress, has continued to do work. And this is...
Hang on. Let's not discount Temptation.
I'm not discounting Temptation, but Temptation is an enabler for other cards. Frecky Huntress has been doing a considerable amount of work. And in this matchup specifically, that blade analogy comes in because she's going to be trying to kill a lot of pure blood vampires.
I think you might be a little biased with that analysis of MVP.
Hey, you just wait. Watch Tenshu power it up and just continue to stomp wholesale vampire butt. Ooh, that Iker Feast right there. Again, all of that life that has been gained absolutely and immediately sacrificed to get 3 more cards and restock Decadent Hamster's arsenal. Both times that we've seen Decadent Hamster get the Blood Dolls down, they've been answered immediately, which is unfortunate because we were talking about enablers before. Blood Dolls is a fantastic vampire enabler, and we just have not been able to see them get put to any real use. It's a dangerous play having a cluster like that, especially with the amount of Magmatars, or if you're playing against me, I use the Parcel Divinity Cannons. Having a cluster like that is dangerous. Holy moly, an immediate drop of Lord Valentine coming down.
Boy.
Let's see Tenchu deal with this. I told you, heavy aggression, momentum violence, and everything in between. Kanye coming down and doing work.
Man.
We were commenting before about all these tactical decisions that need to be made, call and response play style, this back and forth. Currently not what we are seeing right now. This is an all-out aggressive pose from Decadent Hamster.
Yeah, this is Decadent saying, I've got big dudes and I'm going to slam them.
But Tenchu has established the Trident, that 2/2/2 gem base, coupled up with the 6 mana. Nearly everything in the deck is now playable. All Tenchu's got to do is get hands on it. But Decadent Hamster in a position to deal with just about anything that comes down. 5 damage threatened on one side in front of the Soma Oasis. The 6/5 and ever-growing Lord Valentine on the other side. And that Agile, 6 damage Agile to that 9 hit point total. That's not something you want to see if you're in Tenchu's position.
What's likely to happen next? I don't even know. This matchup. But Tenchu's deck is just so cool.
Temptation, attack with Lord Valentine. It's going to go right back to
I don't
the hand.
dislike that.
I don't either. It drops the gap. It's not a win with Temptation. You were talking about it being the MVP. But it does drag the game out a little bit further, and it makes Decadent Hamster have to choose, is Lord Valentine worth playing again right now? With Tenchu's 2 cards in hand, I would say yes, but again, I'm not in the finals, so there is a thought process
I think,
behind
especially
this.
with it only costing 2, you just gotta slam it. Nope, I lied.
You could 7-ring Ritual instead.
That's always an option.
Oh, we do have Rhino in the stream right now. We talked about it a few times. We would love to see an additional animation added for if you're able to queue up a full, true 7-ring ritual and populate all 7 spaces, all 7 lanes. That's the recommendation that you're getting from us. You don't even have to write the check. Just go ahead and put it in the game, and we'll call it even. Ooh, burning the Hecate's Wheel, easy choice for Tenchu, knowing the Decadent is not relying on, I don't think, any enchantments, actually. There's a couple in the deck, I think. I'm looking through the list now, but none that enable any final combos by any means.
No enchantments.
Yep, I just came to that conclusion as well.
Yeah, no enchantments at all in Decadent's list. So the only value you get out of the Hecate's Wheel is essentially the kill spell immunity, which only comes up with 2 of the spells in Decadent's list. Yeah. So, not a bad decision at all putting the wheel back. Doesn't do much in this matchup.
I love the chaining of the recruits the zealots back and forth with the dashing ringmaster. It allowed multiple Hellions to be killed. Ooh, and extract life instead of sacrificing one of the Hellions to get rid of the Magmatar. And now we see 9 damage come through from Decadent Hamster.
Game
Speed
1
and aggression indeed. You want to recant your statement about this deck not being fast enough to deal with the Trident? Ooh, I like it. Stick to your guns, my guy. So while we wait on these two being queued up, we will be going into the second game of the finals series. Decadent Hamster up 1-0 with a very aggressive start.
Okay, let's get back in it. That was a good game 1.
Ooh, and Decadent Hamster afforded the first position again. Will we see a Strigoi pup come down? We will not. I know you don't watch a ton of TV, but did you see the Guillermo del Toro series about the vampires? With the Strigoi specifically? I can't remember the name of it off the cuff.
That's going to have to be a giant fat nope.
A big old no from me. That's all right. It is really good. If I could remember what it was called off the top of my head, I would tell you, but highly recommend if you enjoy horror and thriller shows. Guillermo del Toro, fantastic movie and TV director and writer. So, no, I'm not being paid. I just have a great passion for visual media. See the attack past the Thane instead of through it, allowing the Strigoi Pureblood to agilely navigate around that to sneak in some damage against Tenchu. And ooh, that Firesong Prodigy giving Decadent Hamster the ignition, one of the few non-vampires in Decadent's deck, but being put to great use.
That's a good Oasis. Like, getting it out now is gonna help a lot. Unless we see the Fawn of Decay come down now.
Yep, the Strain. Thank you very much to our MC Brisaya behind the scenes on the Mythgard Weekly Open account. The Strain is what we are witnessing here. And Wings of Abaddon, one of those demons coming down, and Tenchu's hit points are just quickly draining away. Recommendation from the chat that Del Toro should direct the Mythgard movie. Or it says will. I don't know if Papa Capricorn has inside information. I'm pretty sure that's a wish list, but if Fu and the rest of the Rhino team are paying attention, you have been tasked with making that happen. The invulnerable, immortal, but still fragile Perry at the gates populating that Soma Oasis, staring down a Firesong Prodigy.
I like the movement to an extent. Like, the Impel still exists. So you still could just flat lose the 2-2. And it wasn't stalling out until a season change that would allow the additional damage. Because it's just going to happen now. It's not like you have to move it and then wait on attack and play the chase game. Because the Impel's open if Tenchu won.
But it counters the play that we've seen so many times of move, place, move, place. So it gets a little more difficult for Tenchu to execute that. So I do understand the move.
It also helps to pull minions to the opposite side of the field, as the side that Decadent was building up on until they died.
I love it as you're talking. It's the opposite of what it's normally been. You talk about things happening, and it gets countered by the plays on the field. We see that
Now the
agile
Fawn of
Duskwing
Decay.
Angel. Yep, and the Fawn of Decay coming down to counter the Soma Oasis plays by Tenchu. Decadent Hamster just has the answers currently, but Tenchu, with a much more substantial hand size and looking for one more blue gem to get the Trident trifecta online.
Holding the ignition is good. I don't think you want to waste it by swinging the 2/2 and then just hold up, let Fawn of Decay sit and do its job of minion to the left, unless you give up the Soma Oasis. Like, it's a... Oh, but this happens instead.
Will
you
we
could
see...
change it, yeah.
Yep.
You
See
make
the
the change
Fawn.
and then move to the left. Oh, you could... Okay, take the kill, because you know that you'll have the kill on the lion anyway. I still think I like the move to the left instead, because Decadent's not playing Impel. So you wouldn't be able to move and then make the attack with the lion. So the only way to kill that still would have been to swing the 2/2 and ignition. And instead this happens. And then you just lose it without putting damage on.
I still don't mind it too much. Yes, you lost the Fawn. Yes, you're going to lose the Lion, but the double Strigoi Purebloods down here, we're probably going to see an Impel movement kill, or kill Impel movement, something to stop one of them. But Decadent's going to continue to draw out that life total gap between the two of them.
Should be a kill on the lion, an Impel, and move one lane to the side. Leave that one on the end alone, because you don't want to lose it to the ignition and the attack if you Impel left. But you want to take the lion on the attack.
The double move to stop this one, but that opens up the lion now, unless... I mean, Tenchu's
you
got
can
plenty
test
of
it with
mana.
the Soma Oasis, but you could have taken the lion, put in the damage, and not taken damage back.
Oh, you
okay.
can do this as well. That works.
Yeah, you could just have Magnus. Why not?
So now Decadent Hamster with 3 cards
It all
in
makes
hand.
sense.
The recursion of Wings of Abaddon. So up to 4 cards, 2 of which are revealed, but staring down an angel in the form of Scion of Pride, and a Norden god made flesh in the form of Magnus Thorson. But Howling Abyssal is going to do some work here. Even if it doesn't kill anything, it's going to knock off a lot more hit points from Tenchu.
I love that we spent all that time speculating the play, and Magnus happened instead.
What did I just say a turn ago? Every time we start talking about something, the players have a different plan in mind and completely obviate everything that we put on the table.
It's so nice to have that collective look at all of the options.
Absolutely. Something to consider here that Tenchu is definitely paying attention to. Right now, that Scion does die to the Howling Abyssal because of the season that we're in. This cold and damning winter makes it a little more difficult to make decisions on where to attack.
Unless you Impel it and move it all the way to the end, so that the Howling Abyssal can't chase and attack it. But you know the Wings of Abaddon is in hand, and with the Infuse it dies anyway.
With the Infuse it dies. It can...
With the Ignition it would die. Like, you have so many ways.
Yeah.
Like, you
sacrifice
still know
the Howling
that the
Abyssal to
Magnus
make it
also
invulnerable.
Safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tough choice.
Tenchu opting for the top end, very direct route of just smashing in and being done with it without worrying about it.
Now we know we have the Thane coming up on the Valhalla. When it dies, the next minion up will be the cow. So you'll want to take note of that as Decadent and avoid that side of the field once the Thane dies, simply because you don't want to get caught on the blowout on the Valhalla get back. So always staying on top of checking things like that.
Tenchu paying just as close of attention as Decadent Hamster, because they know that they have to threaten that other side of the board. Hamster opting to go in anyway like this. And
Yeah, I like this.
I do too.
You have a huge life point advantage. Make use of it and push the game.
Coming up on football season, we are in the red zone right now. Tenchu at only 8 hit points, and there is a lot of direct damage in Decadent Hamster's deck. Ooh, nice use of Frecky Sidecar.
Yeah. Ooh. Maybe. I almost would have liked putting it on the opposite side of the Valhalla. You still had the 2-2 that wouldn't have done anything yet, but you would potentially open up 2 lanes should this 2-2 die, as opposed to always just having the 1, and you would still keep the Valhalla lane open like it is now. You would still get the immediate attack with it.
I follow your line, but at the same time, I do understand what Tenchu is thinking, just to always guarantee that the other lanes are open and that anything coming in from Valhalla has that rush from Frecky Sidecar, because it's almost not worth Decadent's time to put something in front of it to try and get rid of it right now when there's that Magnus on the other side of the field.
It's kind of all moot, though. Like, we have to assume the Ignition's going. It has to. I think you have to make this Ignition. Unless you have a Wings of Abaddon.
I hate to leave dead air, but again, we're watching these players make some decisions. Strigoi Familiar plus Dashing Ringmaster.
Okay.
I like that a lot. And it keeps the Ignition up and ready to go against something else.
But this is what I was talking about, not getting blown out by this on the comeback, and it happened. Oh, man.
But take into account Journey of Souls building up, and the next card to come down out of the graveyard is going to be that Firesong Prodigy. And you know what that means. That's 4 damage threatened. Decadent's only got to figure out how to get 2 more through to Tenchu.
So we have a long line of lead if a Wings of Abaddon is top decked. Wings would cost 1. No, you'd need 8 mana, not 7. Ooh. I think this is just game. I think Tenchu's got this one.
Firesong to stop one of these two. The Ghoul or the Magnus. Obviously, it slows the Ghoul down. Strigoi Pup as well. A little bit of extra hit points. Blood Moon to draw some extra cards. So depending on what Tenchu does here, there could be a lethal line just because we don't know what's in Tenchu's hand. But if there's not a lethal line, there is some card draw coming, and we could see a face is the place for a bunch of damage. Tenchu well within range of double ignition plus something else.
If Tenchu has
edge of my seat.
If Tenchu has a way to find 2 damage, the game is done. Depending on how the attacks go. That'll do it.
There it is. All right. Miscalculated somewhere, I think. I don't know what happened, but we're tied up now. 1-1. Tenchu opting in, getting a very aggressive draw, and being able to outpace the vampires and demons from Decadent Hamster into the 3rd game. I love it when it goes to 3 in the finals.
Same. Big fan. And looks like they haven't jumped in quite yet. Has an update on Basta Danwap. Basta won game 1. And looks to be up game 2.
And the 3rd game in the series has officially begun. Tenchu getting the first play this time. A little bit of an edge there. Decadent going to be on a back foot. Well, not necessarily on a back foot. The deck is notably a little bit quicker. So let's see if we get that Strigoi pup down on turn 1. That's something that Decadent's really going to want. Nope.
I think now we have to see Tenchu kind of do what we saw Swellzong do last week when they went to time with Basta, and changing the way the deck plays and pumping out damage as opposed to holding it to the late game.
I question this placement from Decadent Hamster. Oh no, I don't, because it stops any other play. You'd have to impel to get this thing moved over to deal with the Strigoi Pureblood, and that stops you from playing anything else. So
yeah, this deck doesn't play anything at all on 1. So okay, you'll just contest the hideout, put in the damage. I like that as well.
Absolutely.
I was a fan game 1 of just looking to clock against the Agile, because contesting it is kind of pointless when you only have 1 minion up. Since it's got Agile, you would always have to be the one making the attack into it, and in doing so, you lose the chance to push the damage instead.
Yeah, absolutely follow that line there, and that is where Tenchu and Decadent are both very much paying attention. So Decadent spreading out the threats here, as we saw in both of the other games, forcing Tenchu to make these decisions. And Tenchu with no red gems yet. And as I say that, a red gem comes in.
Wings of Abaddon on this hideout would feel good. So does that.
Yeah, Parry at the Gates is fantastic in general.
It's
but
like so much value on its own, and then you add in the hideout, and it's just nuts.
Would be fine, even if it didn't generate a minion, just having that effect. It's just so good. The Agile Strigoi Pureblood still doing it. And the Familiar starting to move in a little bit closer, also sneaking in some damage. There's the Wings of Abaddon. And the gap grows a little bit wider. Tenchu is going to have to get some more threats on the field, which isn't going to be too difficult with that Zergian hideout.
Yeah, you get to make this attack. Hideout. Wings, that's nice. It's always good when you can not only clean up the 2 minions like that, because then you use 1 spell to kill 2 opposing minions, so you come out ahead tempo-wise, but it also pushed a little bit of damage because it was the Wings of Abaddon. It's nice to see, too.
But Journey of Souls... Ooh, Iker Feast drawing some cards, taking advantage of that. The life total as a resource, and then the Strigoi Pureblood coming right back down. Tenchu's struggling a little bit to get the gems that they want to have. Usually we see a much more even split, but Soma Oasis taking advantage of that those Parsa gems, and that second blue gem coming down as well. Ah, and there's the Huntress.
That's got to be one of the best minions to put on an Oasis.
You could have stopped it. You could have stopped at best minions. Leaning into that MVP hard. I like her so much. I'm glad that I wasn't the only one paying attention to her last week. Big Daddy Valentine, knowing that one of the temptations is gone, willing to take the risk.
So, that's a neat line.
elaborate for those
When
following along.
this attack hits, like it is likely to do, coming off the Soma Oasis, and the minion changes, it actually is a vamp minion, like we talked about once today. Which means if you did that on the subsequent play, you could Temptation the Valentine, swing it, hit again, and actually have a way to open the Valentine, even in Tenchu's deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, this attack opens a Valentine attack again. Huh. Kind of a neat line to see come up.
And if Tenchu sees the other temptation, then we could see that actually play out. Wings of Abaddon coming down. This is a little scary for Lord
Oppose
Valentine.
this as much as possible. You want to shut off the Agile, because face damage is huge at this point.
Especially with how big Lord Valentine could get. I cannot wait to see what Decadent Hamster has in the deck. Adrenaline is high. Heart rates, I am sure, are spiking. I can feel mine rising right now. I'm very excited to see how this is going to turn out, because this is edge of my seat action. I hope everybody else is enjoying this as much as Noah and I both are.
And Basta has 2-0 Denwop in the completion of that semifinals match. That'll do.
Oh, that's big.
That'll
right
do,
there.
Pig. That'll do.
So Valentine goes in, takes care of the last minion.
But again, this is a Temptation lethal potentially. Oh, maybe not now.
Fire Song Prodigy.
Yeah,
as
no,
well.
no Agile, so it is not now. Oh, would it be? No, it wouldn't. Okay. Tough spot.
The only thing that Decadent Hamster is missing is a vampire to get this breach off to reactivate Lord Valentine's actions, but still a very damning position, not knowing what's in Tenchu's hand. There,
That is the Temptation. Yeah, see, if you had a way to have that hit again, you could get an additional swing off the Valentine.
now does Tenchu have a way to remove Lord Valentine so it's not switching back over to Decadent's side of the field? I'm like leaned in really close watching.
Yeah, this is close. What can Tenchu do? Is the Valentine's just gonna go back to hand? Oh no, we have an oops. Oh yeah, you don't want to space those so closely so they don't get cowed.
Oh, Dashing Ringmaster, Lord Valentine getting through, Strigoi Familiar going to breach, and we have got ourselves a vampire champion. Mono Red coming back. Decadent Hamster, congratulations. Tenchu with a very new deck coming through, doing a lot of very cool things, just not enough to beat Lord Valentine and all of his demonic and vampire minions. What a finish. I saw that Strigoi Familiar come to the hand. I thought there might be a way. That Dashing Ringmaster concealed from us made for quite a show. Wow. Man. Noah, what an this has been the most exciting week. We say this every week, but the most exciting week for the MWO. We got to see an incredible finals match. Manted Man was correct. Just too much aggression on the side of vampires and demons. We got 2 spoilers thanks to Rhino. We're giving away all of the... We're going to get the prize support packs out to all of our players. A ton of value for them. We're getting closer and closer to Q mode. We got some information about how stealth works as well. Insight from Rhino. The only downside is that there is no MWO next week. But the silver lining to that is our participants in the MWO, the people who know they're going to be able to play when July comes around, they have 2 weeks to test out new theories, to build with their friends or their team members, and we are in for a treat when MWO 12 comes back around. If you could encapsulate
Indeed.
this tournament in just a few short words, how would you do that?
Vamps is good, and Temptation is nuts.
Oh man, I would not. The only thing I would add to that is Frecky Huntress is the bomb. She can't stand up to Lord Valentine, but man, she did a lot of work today alongside of Temptation as well. What a showing from all of our contestants. Some fantastic chat from our viewers in Twitch. Make sure to follow not only the Mythgard official Twitter and go to their Discord, but follow the Mythgard Weekly Open on Twitter at Mythgard Weekly. Join that Discord as well. Talk to all of the previous champions as indicated by their golden names. And keep up with the action every week, except for next week, right here, live on Twitch. The Mythgard Weekly Open Week 12 is coming. It's just coming a little bit later because we are taking next weekend off.
Thank you all, and have a lovely day.